Good afternoon, everyone. The March 18th, I'll start over. The March 18th, 2025 meeting of the Seattle City Council will come to order. It is 2:03. I'm Sarah Nelson, Council President. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Strauss.
Present.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Here.
Councilmember Kettle.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Present.
Councilmember Rink.
Present.
Councilmember Rivera.
Present.
Councilmember Saka.
Here.
Councilmember Solomon.
Here.
And Council President Nelson.
Present.
9 present.
Thank you very much. All right, there are no presentations for today, so colleagues, at this time we'll open the hybrid public comment period. Public comment is limited to items on today's agenda, the introduction and referral calendar, and the council work program. Clerk, how many speakers are signed up today?
We have 6 remote and so far 50 in person, and we still have members of public signing up as we speak.
Okay, so let's give everybody 1 minute, and we'll start with the 10 in-person speakers, go over to the folks that have signed up remote, and then continue with present in person.
The public comment period will be moderated in the following manner. Speakers will be called in the order in which they are registered. We will start with in-person speakers and move to remote speakers. Please begin by stating your name and the item you're addressing. Speakers will hear a chime when 10 seconds are left of their time. Speakers' mics will be muted if they do not end their comments within the allotted time to allow us to call on the next speaker. Public comment period is now open, and we'll begin with the first speaker on the list.
I'm going to be calling numbers. Everyone should have received a number when signing up. We're going to start with the numbers 1 through 10. If you can please line up at the 2 speaker sets that we have here, please. Thank you.
And I'll remind people, please jazz hands as they're called and not clapping or vocalizing. Go ahead, please.
Speakers 1 through 10, starting with Monty.
It's not.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you.
I
My name is Monty Anderson, Executive Secretary, Seattle Building Trades. It's been a long road to get here. I know we're all happy to see each other, but probably not. I mean, it's been a long time going on this thing. We've working really hard. I mean, we're focused on housing, this generational wealth building, and I'm asking for some pragmatic decisions from the city here, support these people in the community and this Makers District. I also want to be clear that I'm really not into this idea of a delay. I think we've had a lot of time to look at this. So in my closing statements here, I know we've got a lot here coming. I'd like to thank everybody here in this room for their time and commitment and taking time off work. I'd like to thank all the council members for being pragmatic and listening to us, all sides. I know this is a tough decision. And I'd also like to thank you for putting the speakers in order of importance. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Speaker number 2.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Andrea Ornelas, and I'm here to speak in strong support of the Seattle Makers District. This is a thoughtful, community-driven plan that will create workforce housing and good jobs and real economic opportunities, all without burdening taxpayers. Frankly, if this area is not developed as the Makers District, we risk seeing it turned into another office complex, which would only bring more congestion, more traffic, and fewer community benefits. Instead, the Makers District offers homes for workers, family wage union construction jobs, and a long-term commitment to union maintenance jobs, creating stable careers for our local workforce. Beyond that, this project supports light industrial and maker spaces and helps small business owners and entrepreneurs build generational wealth and keep a vital part of Seattle economy alive. This is a win for jobs, housing, and community, and I urge you to support it today without delay. Thank you.
Number 3, and if you can please introduce yourself before your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Billy Hetherington, Political Director with Labor's Local 242. Again, I want to echo what Monty said. I want to thank everybody on the dais here for taking the time to meet with us, take a tour of the property, listen to both sides, right? You were voted on, you were elected up here for a reason, and to do the due diligence that you've all done, and I really thank you all for that. To this project, I mean, you know, we want, to get the vote through today. No delay. We've got a lot of big coalition of folks on both sides today, and the facts are this: 500 units of affordable, 75-year affordable housing that, you know, plus workforce housing, Makers District, everything that could go into a stadium district down there would mean for the Seattle residents. We urge you to take the vote today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ashley Nicole Holland, Communications and Policy Manager for Historic South Downtown, advocating for the Pioneer Square and Chinatown International District neighborhoods. I'm here to testify in support of Council Bill 120933, allowing residential uses in the Stadium Transitional Area Overlay District. We support the Makers neighborhood as a compatible way for housing to coexist on the edge of industrial areas, with mixed-use spaces built in to accommodate the industrial freight routes in the neighborhood. This is an opportunity to bring more affordable housing and makerspace to the neighborhood, boosting economic development and increasing public safety. This is an opportunity to bring more than 900 housing units to Pioneer Square, and 50% of these units would be required to serve people between 60 and 90% of area median income. More residents means more people spending money and even more visitors to the neighborhood. It's great for small businesses, it's great for increasing safety in the neighborhoods, and it's great for overall vibrancy of our neighborhoods. Please support Council Bill 120933. Thank you. No delay. Vote today. Thanks.
All right, number 5.
Hello. My name is Laura Komada, and I'm a 20-year resident of Pioneer Square, and I also worked in a gallery for 16 years. And I just want to say I'm in support of this measure, as difficult to find artists live and work spaces. To have a Makers District would be really vital to the area. I can say that I've been involved with a community member as a Pioneer Square resident board member, and it's been really important to integrate people like me that can tell and talk to community members to remember the history of the space. And so bringing more residents in will make it a safer and more vibrant neighborhood, better for businesses, and safer for everybody visiting downtown. Thank you.
Hello, Joe Duggar with the IBW Local 46. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. When I was here a couple weeks ago, I mentioned my mom graduated from Chief Sealth High School in 1964. She still lives here in the city, and we'll be celebrating her 80th birthday here next January. And when the viaduct came down all those years ago, as someone who grew up on the peninsula over there, every time we talked, she was just beside herself that this landmark would come down, and I assured her the city had a plan to make the waterfront beautiful. And I'll tell you now, our conversation, she's like, oh, honey, they did such a great job down on the waterfront. I think we have an opportunity to do something similar here in this Makers District, to have a neighborhood in the city that makes lifelong Seattle residents proud to be a part of this city and what the city's doing for the residents. Vote yes, no delay.
Number 7.
Hello. My name is Zach Snyder. I'm a resident in District 3. Hello, Joy. I walked down here today reflecting on the city that I live in. I've been here since 2016. Though not that long, it's long enough to understand the city's transition and growing pains. I feel like the city's more and more becoming a get-in, get-out place. You got offices and sports arenas, but what I think makes the city great is when you want to hang out and spend money. And I believe, coming from a fine arts background, that having Makers Districts is where people will find their skills and think about ways to create small business. And having that available to them will ensure that Seattle has more of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Carl DeYoung, and I'm a proud member of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, and even further proud of my alma mater, the Rainier Beach Vikings, taking the state championship in boys basketball. Yes, I'm here in strong support of Council Bill 120933. Seattle is facing an urgent housing crisis, and yet we continue to exclude housing from the key downtown district. This proposal will provide workforce housing for the very people who keep Seattle running: our trades workers, our hospitality staff, our artists, and small manufacturers. Critics argue that this will disrupt Seattle's maritime and freight economy. Let me be clear. We can support our working waterfront while also addressing our housing needs. Come on, Seattle, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. The Port of Seattle and our industrial sector are critical, but this proposal does not threaten them. It aligns with the city's long-term plans by ensuring that housing is concentrated where it makes sense, near transit, near jobs, and near commercial corridors. The real threat is inaction. Take action. Thank you.
For the record, I'm Chad Smith. I'm the political director for IUPAT DC 5. I think I'm a third-generation Seattleite. I don't live here, but I still have family in Seattle, and I grew up in the streets of Seattle. Played football in this town. Worked as an apprentice in this town. You know, there's a song called by Starship. It's called "We Built This City on Rock and Roll." Well, this city, when you walk down the street, the library, and you see the glass, well, these union trades built this city, and we want to continue to build this city, and we like to be here. We like to come to football games. We like to come to baseball games. Please pass this today. Just don't put this off. Thank you.
After speaker number 10, which is Nicole, we'll then move into speakers numbers 11 through 20. If you can start lining up, thank you.
Hello, City Council. Thank you. My name is Nicole Grant. I use she and her pronouns. I want to dedicate my testimony today to my dad, Mark Grant. He's an iron worker, member of Local 86. I'm an electrician, a member of Local 46, and we were both Franklin Quakers. We worked really hard to get the finest labor standards anywhere to build maker housing in the Stadium District. And once we got those labor standards, this project became our own. And the enthusiasm and vision we have to be able to have a neighborhood that's so special, you know, that comes on the tails of FIFA, and that is a place where so many young people who have gotten new careers, not just as apprentices in the building trades, but as bartenders at Lumen Field, as security guards and janitors at T-Mobile Park, as hotel workers. This is a community for all of us. We're excited about it.
We have the board commissioners who are now present. If you would like to recognize them. There's 3 of them.
We do have 3 electeds, and the tradition here is to offer an opportunity for fellow electeds to provide comment. Since you are here at the podium, please go ahead and make your comment, and then I'll move to Toshiko Hasegawa, Ryan Calkins, and Fred Felleman. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Council. I'm here to discuss a police matter that happened to me on December 23. Somebody called the police on me. When I got the police report, it's a bunch of lights. So what I want is, how can we charge to the caller? Because if somebody calls on somebody else with lies, and I spent 30 days in jail for no reason, the case was dismissed. So how much time we will save if we send a message to the caller to not lie to the police? That's a serious call. I can get killed. My door was broke down by the squad police. I got out of my apartment, out. And so I asked the attorney, I said, how can I press charge to the caller? Oh, you're lucky you don't get charged. And I said, well, that will save money to the police department and phone calls to 911 if something happened like that. The person who called needs to get charged. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasegawa, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Toshiko Hasegawa. I serve as president of the Port of Seattle Commission and managing co-chair of the Northwest Seaport Alliance. I am here with our coalition of over 70 organizations, urging you to delay consideration of this item until more information can come to light. All of us deserve clarity on our outstanding uncertainties. The Coast Guard record a decision of where it will go is scheduled for April 30th. The City Resolution 32097 passed unanimously in 2023 and required that within 2 years the city would study the impacts of non-industrial uses of land on freight mobility specifically. Where is it? The comprehensive plan is upon you to consider housing options in a broader context. And the port is actively having discussions about the possibility of purchasing all or part of the Hanson properties. But we need to know if he's interested in having that discussion. We need time. As public officials, please thoughtfully deliberate this, and we want to be at the table to develop a meaningful strategy. That's the path that we want to be on with you. So please, with your vote, give us meaningful time.
Good afternoon. I can empathize with all of you in the position that you're in. In our roles as public leaders, we have really difficult decisions to make, especially when we feel like we're balancing between core values. In this case, you're being asked to consider whether you support this and potentially address some of the affordable housing concerns, or oppose it and support our maritime manufacturing trades. We're in the midst of an incredibly intense global and national turmoil. What if that's a false choice? What if instead there was a third way that would support both sides of this and get everybody on the same side of the table? I'm suggesting that there is a third way here. There's another option. And what I'm asking you for is to use the collaborative that was signed on December 10th by the mayor, county executive, and other public agencies. Just give us a date certain of a couple of months for that work to happen. Thank you so much.
Council President, members of the committee, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak once again in opposition to 120933. I'm your oldest serving Port of Seattle Commissioner currently, and I've been here through this battle many times, and I hope that we can help you understand why having full information before making such a decision is critical. I'm here today to support the experts from the maritime industry who are best qualified to identify how this proposal puts our local economy and high-wage jobs at risk. Flipping industrial lands into residential properties create incompatible uses, resulting in more congestion and delay that makes our port less competitive. The proposal is based on selective reading of the EIS, and this is what's critical. While the EIS allows for limited residential development in SoDo, it doesn't specifically clear First Avenue for the degree of development now under debate. And an EIS assumes protection of 200-foot buffer for this heavy haul corridor, as is the case throughout the city. Further, the legislation does not consider the mitigation costs to the city identified in the EIS that would be required if you choose to violate the 200-foot buffer. I hope you will recognize the inadequacy of the EIS to justify residential development on our finite industrial lands. At a minimum, I urge you to complete the freight mobility study before setting such a precedent.
We'll now resume with in-person public comment. We're at number 12, numbers 12 through 20. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Eddie Jezik. I'm a business agent with Ironworkers Local 86 and Vice President of the Seattle King County Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here to rise in strong support of the opportunity for an all-union PLA covering affordable housing in the Stadium District and in strong opposition of a delay. There are many people here in this room who took time out of their days and are losing wages to be here to support what they believe in. I believe that those who are paid to be on this council would be remiss if they were to take these people's time for granted today. I'd like to discuss some relevant numbers relative to this proposal. 0, the number of maritime workers employed on the properties that the project is proposed on. This data came straight from a port commissioner. Again, 0 direct impact on maritime jobs in that area. Current Number one, current number of private investors willing to offer an all-union PLA for affordable housing in Seattle. 2, the number of arterial roads that border the property in question, roads that already include infrastructure to move pedestrians from Soto to the stadiums via pedestrian bridges, overpasses, large crosswalks, which have been proven for years as viable means to effectively move thousands of fans in and out of sporting events. Has that already been 60 seconds?
Speaker
No way.
13.
Okay. 9, the number of council members who took an oath to represent Seattle residents and not industry.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sam Hem, the Assistant Regional Manager of Sheet Metal Workers Local 66 and President of Seattle Building Trades Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. I wanted to talk about the value of this project that it brings to the community and the workers and the artists, right? The EIS has already proven that there will be no impact on the freight mobility, right? And so the value then really comes down to the community members, and it's paramount that we address affordable housing, right? We have a crisis, and it's paramount that we address this, and a good way to do that is to promote that neighborhood housing right here in this district. A delay today could risk losing this tremendous opportunity. Our members are ready to get to work to solve this housing crisis that we all face. No delay, and vote today. Thank you.
For speaker number 15. 14? 14, sorry, go ahead. 14, thank you.
Council members, Aaron Pritchard, Chief of Staff for the Port Commission. The Port of Seattle unequivocally asserts that reducing industrial lands for housing is contrary to the interests of operating a deep water shipping facility. Given that the port is a government made up of county-wide elected officials, shouldn't that assertion be taken at face value? Is the port not a governing body that deserves the opportunity for collaboration? The port and the city should be able to negotiate a shared future. Let us sit down and discuss the future of maritime in our city. Council members, if you even have a shadow of doubt, delay this legislation. The port will come to the table willingly to develop a plan for a future that we can all support. Thank you.
Now we're at 15. Thank you.
My name is Tia Petrovich. For decades, I lived adjacent to the stadium, the ballpark, and the port, all next to the proposed Makers District. Last night, I read a mass email that talked about that my district was a quarter mile away from a Superfund site. Luckily and respectfully, this isn't true. The closest Superfund site is actually a mile and a quarter away over on Harbor Island. The final EIS statement for Makers says that the development of housing would result in most long-term benefits of lower concentrations of chemicals in soils, groundwater, and surface water with a clean site, and no significant unavoidable adverse impacts related to air quality and greenhouse gas emissions are anticipated. Council, I've been coming here since 2013 on this issue. That's 12 years, and I don't want to take this one to my grave. Can we please not delay and vote today? Thank you.
I'm short. My name is Sandy Smith, and for over 30 years, I have lived, worked, and owned businesses in Pioneer Square. And I am in favor of the Makers District. When I went the 5-minute walk down to where it is from my home and looked around, I went, oh my God, this is perfect. This is perfect. And I tried to calm myself because I heard there was opposition. I walked and looked to see where that opposition could be, what could it possibly be impeding, and I couldn't find it. But the reality is we want it, we need workforce housing. Pioneer Square is a diverse neighborhood. We have proven that we can handle a lot of differences, and we want the chance to welcome these people from the Makers Group and also to provide workforce housing to create more sustainable support for our businesses in Pioneer Square. And I too vote no delay. Please vote for it today. Thank you.
I'm Gary Lee with the CID Public Safety Council in Chinatown, and I am in support of the rezone for all of these reasons here, as well as supporting, it doesn't just support the stadium district, it'll support the CID in Pioneer Square. So we all are for this to increase the livability around the CID, Pioneer Square, the livelihood, the businesses. We need this to mitigate, what's been happening in the last couple of years down there. The homelessness, concentrations of shelters, as well as the concentration of the crazy drug happenings down there. So we need this to help support the businesses and in the CID. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Joel Ng. I'm an affordable housing developer as well as a business owner in the CID. I support the proposal for a new stadium in Makers District. We are always looking for new and creative ways to build new affordable housing. This has the added benefit, as I think everyone knows, as a related Makers District as well. Many of those businesses, as illustrated, are owned and operated by women and women of color. I'm a third generation Seattleite. My grandparents had a restaurant in what was known as Chinatown. My parents had my mom had an art gallery, and my dad had the same architectural firm in Pioneer Square. And so I knew growing up what the benefits of people walking around thriving in businesses. So please vote today. Don't delay. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Crystal Ng, and I'm with SCIPTA. We support Council Bill 120933. The opportunity to create a vibrant Makers District is a step in the right direction, not only to boost economic and public benefits in Stadium District, but also to bridge that gap between Pioneer Square and the CID. We see an influx of patrons during event and game days, but for the rest of the time, for lack of a better word, is dead. Legacy buildings continue to deteriorate, vacancies are increasing, and public safety concerns are rising. The Maker Space Zone development provides women and minority entrepreneurs with opportunity to grow and thrive in the urban core. Most importantly, the bill supports the addition of more affordable housing units in Seattle. 87% of registered voters support the plan. Investing in this initiative will contribute to much needed street improvement infrastructure, small business development, public safety enhancement, job growth, and most importantly, increased affordable housing for families. Thank you.
After speaker number 20, we will move into remote public comment, which there are 5 present. Speaker number 20.
Council members, thank you. Joshua Curtis with the Ballpark PFD. I'd like to address 3 issues: liquefaction, sound levels, and proximity to a Superfund site. Liquefaction is a known risk in the area and can be addressed through seismic building standards, as we did with the ballpark over 25 years ago and Home Plate Center did over 10 years ago. Georgetown, where opponents were in favor of residential zoning, is also in the liquefaction zone. This is a noisy area, and the EIS recommends that building elements such as triple pane windows be required. Georgetown, where opponents were in favor of residential zoning, has an almost identical noise rating. Our area is located across the bay from the Harbor Island Superfund site. Georgetown, where opponents were in favor of residential zoning, is located directly adjacent to the Duwamish Superfund site. These are distractions. Delaying the vote would be a distraction. Please honor the deal stakeholders agreed to over 2 years ago and vote today to add affordable housing, promote small makers businesses, and improve public safety. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move into remote public comments. Public commenters, please press *6 when you hear the prompt that you have been unmuted. And our first remote public commenter will be Kurt Swanson. Go ahead, Kurt. Go ahead, Kurt.
Hello, I speak in support of Council Bill 120933.
My name is Kurt Swanson. I'm a political coordinator for UA Local 32, plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVAC refrigeration technicians. Our members have worked on piping in Seattle for over 130 years. We have over 4,000 members in the region, and more than 600 of them are apprentices. We respect the importance of trade and port commerce. We also support light industrial, small businesses, local crafts, and affordable housing. Our members would love to build a makers district and affordable workforce housing in Seattle. We believe the future residents, businesses, and trade operations can coexist and prosper, and we want more affordable housing built near the core of Seattle. Let's create another unique region within the city. Please vote in favor of Council Bill 120933 today. Don't delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Schroppen.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Schrappen, and I serve as the Vice President for the American Waterways Operators, which is the advocate, resource, and united voice for the tugboat, towboat, and barge industry. I'm also a board member of the Washington Maritime Federation. Our industry, which supports thousands of family wage jobs in Seattle and Washington State, opposes Council Bill 120933. As you've heard from time and time again, we've had a deal. And once these industrial lands are replaced with homes, they're gone forever. Our coalition ended our most recent letter to you with this message. This is not just about protecting what we have. It's about building a future where our maritime industry thrives, our workers succeed, and our state continues to lead in global trade. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Mike Asai. Please press *6, Mike.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mike Asai with Emerald City Collective and also Black Excellent Cannabis. I'm in support of this, and I just want to thank Sarah Nelson for bringing this legislation. We should be thanking Chris Hansen for hockey that's here in Seattle. Nobody was talking about hockey until Chris Hansen was talking about bringing the Sonics back. That idea got hijacked. So to say, and he's from here, and Chris Hansen is a genuine dude. Something needs to happen differently in Soto. I support this. Don't give in to the bullying by the port. Everything will be all right. We need something new in Seattle and fresh, and we need housing in Seattle. So I support this. Hopefully you guys will vote on it today. If not, vote in favor of this. And that's all I got to say. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker is Andrea Sato.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Sato. I'm a member of the Paul Park PFD Board of Directors, and in my day job, I work on affordable housing issues. The PFD joins with our coalition members to ask that you vote today in support of the Stadium Makers District, an opportunity that will help to transform the largely abandoned areas around the ballpark into a safe and vibrant neighborhood. This is also an opportunity to address the housing crisis our city faces. In 2023, the last-minute removal of housing as an allowed use in the Stadium District reversed years of discussion by stakeholders and disregarded the findings of a thorough traffic study. Today, we ask you to remedy that oversight. Take advantage of the opportunity to address the affordable housing shortage in the city, provide small makers businesses the opportunity to stay and flourish in the city, and improve the public safety in our neighborhood. No delay. Vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Haynes. Go ahead, David.
Hi, thank you. David Haynes. Maybe council should lobby President Trump to broker a deal to put a federal injunction on all the port authorities, raise the NAFTA port rates, and shut down the port during game time, and stop them from watering down the integrity of customs inspections that allow drugs in, while shaking down and raiding the property taxes to cover bond payments for offshore industrialists who paid a travel junket to soften up our port commissions, who sell out our sovereignty for bad trade deals that they skim off of at taxpayers' expense. Maybe council needs to make a law to demand that the port put noise abatement walls around the terminal that's closest to the stadium, just to alleviate some of the unnecessary noise pollutions that go on 24/7. And maybe consider demanding that the industrial trains stop honking their horns during the game time, and all night, every 6 feet, as if that's the level of trained safety. Council should take the fine print out of the affordable housing agreement, where if the developer builds low-quality housing in the stadium district.
Thank you. We'll now return to in-person speakers.
We will now move into the next 10 speakers, which is speakers numbers 21 through 30. And if you can please line up at the two podiums, that would be great. And please introduce yourselves before proceeding with your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Marr, Chair of the Ballpark Public Facilities District, the public board that oversees public ownership of T-Mobile Park. As stewards of the ballpark, we've seen many cities remake their stadium neighborhoods, often located in former industrial zones, into vital areas that are safe and welcoming. Here in Seattle, where we find ourselves facing an affordable housing and public safety challenge, we should be taking advantage of the stadium district to do the same as places like Denver, San Diego, and Washington, D.C. Since 2012, the PFD has worked with our partners to bring this vision to fruition. Between 2019 and 2022, we worked in good faith alongside those stakeholders to develop a compromise that included housing in the Stadium Makers District, and we were disappointed that that compromise was not honored in 2023. We ask that you make good on that compromise today without delay, and use this opportunity to address an affordable housing shortage, allow small makers businesses the opportunity to stay and flourish in the city, and improve the public safety in our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Speaker number 22. There's no 22. We'll move on to 23. All right. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Gary Johnson. I'm a retired city employee, and believe it or not, I've been working on this issue for 12 years. This proposal has been studied thoroughly, and those studies indicate that the Stadium District is a good place for housing, and it will bring a lot of benefits. And those studies also indicate, in spite of the rhetoric, that this proposed housing will not interfere with port operations. And finally, the proposed Makers District is an incredible opportunity to actually bring light industry back to an area that has zero industry now. Please move this forward and don't delay. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Ron Manuel, Local 19. I rise in opposition to this. I've worked on the docks for almost 40 years. I want to thank the council members who have been open-minded to listen to those of us who have worked the docks, who have supported the businesses of this city, the businesses located in this industrial overlay zone. Some of you listened, some of you did not. I will apologize for some of our members who were passionate and vocal, maybe crossed the line into personal attacks. Those members are passionate about our jobs, our way of life, the knowledge that we had been reasonable. We had negotiated in good faith with the city to protect our jobs from constant attacks from all sorts of entities. We had reached a deal only to be blindsided by this land use policy change, which jeopardizes our jobs. So we may have acted out. I apologize for that. I heard a comment of who built this city. Well, if they built it, a truck brought it, a ship brought it, a ship took it, and that's how it happens. Once again, thank you for listening. Thank you to those of you who will do the right thing and vote this down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Moana Ha'awawin, and I am a union carpenter representative, and I'm a very proud carpenter. I urge you today to support the Makers Housing Project. This isn't just about housing. It's about what kind of city Seattle wants to be. Do we want a place where working people can afford to live, or just a place where the wealthy reside? This project has an investment in our workforce, our economy, and our future. It provides housing for workers, creates union jobs, and keeps industries alive. Skilled trades women and men aren't forced out of the city that they helped build. We can't have outdated thinking hold us back. Seattle needs smart, forward-looking solutions. The Makers District is that solution. I urge you to vote yes and invest in a future where working people have a place to live in Seattle. Thank you.
All right, number 26.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nick Schultz. I'm a proud UBC member of Local 206 for the Carpenters. I speak in behalf of the Western Council of saying promoting this will help not only jobs for our members, but also possibly members from all around, all alongside the western side, to actually move into the city of Seattle. A lot of our members cannot afford this, and this will enhance that tide. And also small businesses also enhance other jobs, not just for the carpenters, but for other union members that have been already announced. So thank you for your time, and I ask for your vote for this.
Hello, thank you very much for being here today. My name is Jessica Vidikanishis. I own a company called Morning Glory Chai. I started my company in 1995 in the Pike Place Market. We currently have a space in Greenwood. We were looking to relocate into the stadium area around 6th and Massachusetts, but because it's such a dangerous area currently, we didn't want to bring our employees down there unless we had a plan to transport them in and out. I strongly support the Stadium Makers District. I would love to have a space where I could put my business, my 30-year-long business, in a safe place that supports small business manufacturing. I'm confident you'll find ways to mitigate the concerns of the freight and the port. I rely upon freight for my ingredients to make my tea products, so I definitely am in support of finding a balance where the port is able to do what they need to do and small business is able to benefit from that combined effort. So thank you. Please vote and support Stadium Makers District.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gracie Santos. I am the owner of Gracie's Pies, a pop-up pie business. I am here as a Seattle-made member to ask the council to vote in support of 120933 to create a Stadium Makers District. My commissary kitchen is currently located in the Central District. I have struggled to find a physical space since 2020 for my business, and this project would have a huge economic impact, increasing local ownership, Seattle tourism, employment, and equity for business owners of marginalized communities. The Industrial and Maritime Strategy legislation was passed by the City of Seattle in 2023. To in part create affordable opportunities for small-scale businesses and makers. Offering housing and business opportunities to makers in a 2-block area would not impede the maritime industry. The Stadium Makers District would let maritime shine, and we can in fact shine together. Thank you.
Right, number 29.
Hello, my name is Brendan Gallagher. I'm a grocery worker at the Uptown QFC and a member of UFCW 3000. I'm here to support the Makers District because we urgently need housing so the people who keep Seattle running can afford to call the city home. My coworkers and I keep Seattle fed, but we are under constant threat of being priced out of our communities due to rising rents. This district is an opportunity to create a vibrant neighborhood in an underutilized area, support local businesses, create jobs, and help address the affordable housing crisis, ensuring that people working in whether it be a grocery store, a coffee shop, restaurant, or other retail space can build a life in the city we love so deeply. If Seattle wants to keep its workers, we need to take bold action on housing. Please support the Makers District and make Seattle a city where everyone can thrive, not just those of us who earn the most. Thank you.
Then we're going to go to speaker number 30, and then after that, we'll go through speakers numbers 31 through 40. If you can start lining up, thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Matt Kervink. I'm a proud member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. This project is a direct investment into your constituents. Every dollar spent here is going to stay here in Seattle. It's going to support working families, small businesses, and the next generation of skilled tradespeople. It's literally going to create hundreds of construction jobs and a steady pipeline of work for years to come, and it's going to enable those workers to build careers, not just chase jobs around the region. This is a chance for you to put Seattle workers first. Please support this agreement that prioritizes local jobs, fair wages, and economic growth for our communities. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Number 31.
Hi, my name is Jamie Hunt, and I am the founder of Fast Penny Spirits. We're an Amaro distillery. We're in North Seattle. Our distillery happens to be on in Coastal Transportation shipping yard. We have a beautiful synergy of distilleries. There's rooftop brewing, which will hopefully come back, and there's a fish processing unit in our space. We all work together really well and add to the vibrancy of that area. I am in support of the Stadium District, knowing how hard it is as a maker to find a space. It's really important for us to support the community, be proud of our makers, make it easier on them. It's also really important as a recent resident of downtown Seattle, I moved from Wallingford, to see more people coming into the city and feeling that safety that is there from people coming to work, from people moving into the city. We need that. We need affordable housing here. We need to support our small.
Hello, my name is Andrea Porter. I'm the Seattle Made Program Director at the nonprofit Seattle Good Business Network. We thank Council President Nelson for her leadership on the Stadium Makers District proposal. Seattle Made is a network of nearly 700 manufacturing businesses producing right here in Seattle. Seattle Made businesses include chocolatiers, bike builders, fashion designers, jewelry artisans, glass blowers, and many more. The #1 challenge our membership faces is finding affordable space. This Makers District would solve this significant hurdle. A maker's space would also create a retail outlet for makers, a collective space where makers can share infrastructure, such as expensive machinery, and finally, an in-person community where small-scale manufacturers can support each other as they grow. We ask the council to vote yes. Thank you.
We're at number 34.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Matt Davies. I'm a proud member of Carpenters Local Union 360. I'm here today in strong support of the Makers District housing project because it's a win for working people and a win for Seattle's future. As carpenters, we build this city, its homes, its businesses, its infrastructure. But too many of us can't afford to live here anymore. If Seattle wants strong, reliable workforce, we need housing near our job sites, not 2 hours away. This project creates good-paying union jobs, provides affordable housing for working families, and strengthens Seattle's economy by keeping skilled tradespeople close to the industries that need them. Some say housing doesn't belong near industry, but the truth is, industry needs workers, workers need homes, and Seattle needs both to thrive. I urge you to support the Makers District and invest in the city that values both jobs and housing. Thank you.
Greetings, council members. My name is Dan McKiss. I'm with ILWU. I'm a longshoreman. I move cargo. Please don't ask me how to build buildings. I have a letter here to City Council with 72 transportation experts opposing this amendment before you. There's 12 transportation unions on this, ports, port operators, warehouses, exporters. I ask, who would you consult on port operations? Developers, stadium people, builders, or the folks who operate and use the ports? Let's take the politics out of this. We thought we had a secure, long-term stability on the industrial lands in 2023. However, we did see that there were possible large projects and impacts coming. You have the East Marginal Heavy Haul Corridor, Amtrak expansion, a study to close Holgate, and a major stormwater project, all work for the trades. This is why MLK Labor supported Resolution 32097, which is a study that would study these issues. Please listen to experts on the port.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll let 33 go, and then we'll move back. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Diamond. I'm a small business owner, Sustainable Creation Supply, and I work in the circular economy manufacturing. I'm here today as a proud member of Seattle Made to ask the council to support the Stadium Makers District. My business is currently located in the SoDo area. When I first started manufacturing in 2000 in the South Seattle area for over a decade, it was an ongoing struggle to find spaces, and for small business and workers had to commute long distances and expressed a desire to live and work in community. Several companies who have made it successful in the Stadium District are Philson, Fall Corporation, and Cascade Design. We can expand the opportunities for the stadium attendees to support small business and making a thriving area. We know a diverse zoning allows for a thriving community. Currently, the Stadium District is lacking diversity, and the opportunity to revitalize the Stadium District would make the type of improvements like Seattle has made in Lake Union and the historic Waterfront District. Thank you for taking your time to build a better Seattle.
36.
Hello, my name is Ali Vekic. I'm a proud Longshore woman and delegate to MLK Labor. First, I want to correct the record. MLK Labor never endorsed this project or legislation. That was false. Further, 120933 was intentionally rushed to avoid a full examination of the impacts on our freight mobility network and future residents. All 10, all 12 transportation unions oppose housing on this site and in the stadium overlay. Future residents in SoDo would face many public health and safety hazards. Take your pick of bad outcomes. And the highest pollution in the city. Topsoil in need of remediation, the highest density of traffic incidences. We all know that when big trucks get in accidents with pedestrians or cars, they're much more likely to be fatal. It's an earthquake liquefaction zone and a tsunami zone. Health outcome realities of those living in South Park with similar pollution have the highest rates of chronic illness, lower life expectancy, lower birth weights, and higher infant mortality. Future SoDo residents can expect the same. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jamie Fleming. I am here speaking for the Teamsters. I think there has been a tremendous amount of hand-waving on some of the dangers of this idea. The Longshore, I'm sure, has handled the issue of the thriving maritime industrial complex that's going to be affected. I'm here to talk to you about the freight corridor that is running directly through where we want to put residential housing, people walking dogs, babies pushing strollers, kids playing ball. That is not a good idea. I mean, I can't even fathom how anyone would think it would be a good idea, because what's going to happen is somebody's going to get hit by a truck and somebody's going to die. And we don't want any part of that. And so there are alternatives. I know there are a lot of people here that want affordable housing. I'm one of them. There's a lot of people here that want the work involved in building. I'm one of them. I want them to do it somewhere else. Somewhere else, please. This is not the place to build this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Waylon Robert. I'm a renter in District 3, a merchant seaman, and political director for the Sailors Union of the Pacific. SUP has been on the Seattle waterfront since 1885. Our industry has been the most consistent source of tax revenue for our city for over 100 years. Terminal 46 is the only naturally deep water berth on the entire West Coast. We can always have this industry if we protect it. What you're proposing will hamper access to our terminals. I ask that my members have a future in this city and that you vote against this legislation. Thank you.
We're now moving on to speaker number 40. And then after that, we'll go on to numbers 41 through 50, if you can please start lining up. And just as a reminder, if speaker number 38 is not here, if that's correct. Okay, thank you. Please, number 40.
Hello, Sarah Esch, ILWU. The resolve of Resolution 32097 passed by the Seattle City Council in December 2023 specifically asked that SDOT, SDCI, OPCD, and OED work collaboratively with the Port, the Northwest Seaport Alliance, Seattle Freight, and others to analyze transportation plans, et cetera. This collaboration has never happened, and thus there has been no report or analysis that can fully speak to the impact of housing in this area. Please do your due diligence. If housing succeeds in the STAYOD, this is what I see down the pipeline. Chris Hansen gets his upzone. Other developers see that they can do the same. Affordable housing doesn't pencil out due to mitigation costs. Affordable housing gets scrapped. More wealthy individuals move in, demand less noise and pollution and more amenities, and then before you know it, all of our industrial lands are gone, so is the Port of Seattle, and so are the thousands of jobs who rely upon it. The only person who wins is Chris Hansen. here before there was a city. The city relies on that port. Please protect it.
Speaker number 41, Robert. Thank you.
Robert Telshow, long-term resident. I've watched a lot of people in traffic down on the port. I've nearly hit many people driving my vehicle. If trucks are going to be involved with pedestrians, you've lost your minds. And they can build any affordable housing anywhere, because my neighborhood has lots of empty lots, and I live in Rainier Beach. So across the street right here, there's an empty lot. You want to build some? There it is. You just don't get it. There's a lot of jobs at stake, you know, and a lot of people might die over this mixing of trucks with a lot of pedestrians. There's already a mix down there. How bad has it already been? Anybody been hit? They will if you do this.
Number 42.
Hi, Council. My name's Jim Peschel. I'm from the maritime transportation sector working here in the city of Seattle. I stand behind the Port of Seattle and the Marine Exchange of Puget Sound to reinforce preserving industrial lands. The city passed legislation in 2023 declaring that housing is incompatible use in the SoDo neighborhood and in the Duwamish Marine Industrial Center. As a tenant of the port working on Harbor Island, we rely on these industrial lands to access the waterfront, access our customer base, who also represent in this marine industrial sector. These lands are used for warehousing, for repair facilities, for freight mobility corridors, and other business-related uses. Once these lands are converted to residential housing, it makes it no longer viable for other economic development and displaces the industry that generates these jobs and revenue that the city relies on. The current presidential administration is adding tariff to imported good and wants to assess a levy on ports on foreign ships. This cannot happen. Seattle exists because of our historic role in manufacturing and transportation, so let's preserve these lands. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chris Harmon, ILWU, or at least trying to be. Hopefully we can keep Seattle's port working, moving containers, because that's the only way I'm going to become a registered member of this union. You guys sat down with Longshore, Port Commission, et cetera. You guys worked out a deal. I mean, a lot of people put time, effort, and energy into this to create what would be the best case, win-win scenario. It can't be any other way. If this many people from this many sides of the coin got together to create something, it's got to be the best situation. It's got to be the best solution. Please vote no. Keep the port working.
Jeremy Brumbaugh, Local 19 Longshoreman. Councilman Moore and Nelson, I live in your neck of the woods. I met you, Councilman Moore, in front of the Holman Road QFC when you're running, and I'm very proud and very thankful, sincere thanks to the council for the work you're doing. I know that 12% of the land in Seattle is used by the port for industrial purposes. We just ask that you please find another place so you can protect my job. Thank you.
We're at speaker number 45.
My name is Sean Knight, and thank you for letting me speak before you guys. I'm a member of ILWU, have been for over 25 years. From what I see, the real problem is the location. There's other locations. The study has been done that this is not viable. This is not viable. You're gonna create instances where people are gonna be intermingling with a semi-truck. A pedestrian and a semi-truck the semi-truck's gonna win every time. It's 80,000 pounds. It squashes. We've had instances where people were run over down there, and you can't just haul them away on a stretcher. It happens differently than that. So please vote no for my job, please.
Good afternoon, council members, Chair Nelson. I'm Jay Jennings, Vice President of the Northwest Marine Trade Association, representing over 600 members. Founded in 1947, we are the oldest and largest regional trade association. Just last month, concluding our 78th successful Seattle Boat Show. Thank you for the opportunity to express opposition to Council Bill 120933. It may sound counterintuitive, but much of maritime happens on land. Along with our industry partners, our members continue to be squeezed by development, crime, and restricted arterials throughout the city. We rely on cargo shipping, supply chain efficiency, and freight mobility, all of which are threatened by this proposal. On behalf of the Northwest Marine Trade Association, I respectfully ask you to defeat her proposal and protect the future of maritime in Seattle. Thank you.
Hello, Aaliyah Leiter. I'm in opposition to Bill 120933. I'm a rank and file union member for the ILWU. This is City Council. We both run off of democracy. We love democracy. And we respect the sanctity of negotiation. So I ask you to please respect the existing land use planning that was already negotiated in 2023. And Resolution 32097 that says a study must be completed of non-industrial uses of this land. I'm not against artists. I'm an artist myself. I'm not against the building trades. I want you to have jobs. I want to have a job. I'm not against housing. I was housing insecure my whole life until I got a union job. Union jobs help with poverty. And so I'm not against these issues in general, but not right here, not right now, not at this price.
Or number 48.
Hello, my name is TJ Karch. I'm a second-generation longshoreman and a proud union worker. I'm opposed to the housing and the industrial lands. Now, let me be clear. This is not labor versus labor, for that is a fool's perspective. Many of us here are proud union workers, but the argument that maritime will be unaffected by this decision is false, and it needs to be carefully thought out. The impact survey has 3 tiers of action: do nothing, which clearly does no effect; do little, and do more, which both offer little to transportation and freight mobility. So yes, maritime and freight mobility will be unaffected, but that's due to the lack of support to our trade infrastructure. The survey also captures a window of time that does not accurately represent our port's potential. We have 21 cranes available to service container vessels, and the Port of Seattle is being underutilized and becoming unattractive due to the encroachment of industrial lands and suffocating freight mobility. These buildings can be built anywhere on land, but we can only service vessels along the water. I urge council to do your part to keep and grow Seattle's working waterfront. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Wolp, and I'm here on behalf of the Northwest Seaport Alliance. I'm a resident of District 1. The Northwest Seaport Alliance is responsible for managing the marine cargo terminals in both Seattle and Tacoma harbors. We respectfully ask you to vote no on Council Bill 120933. 9 years ago, I stood in this chamber and had a very similar request of your predecessors to vote against the Occidental Street vacation. I will be forever grateful of the support we received then. As Councilmember Kettle acknowledged in his recent post, the situation for the port in our region's maritime history has not and will not change. You cannot build a deep water port. We hope to see this council do what it can to support this important national asset into the future. Thank you.
Will now be followed by speaker number 50. And then after speaker number 50, we'll move into speakers number 51 through 60. If you can start lining up. And we are at a total of 75 75 in-person speakers. So again, we're going to be at number 50 with an additional 15 to go, 25 to go. Yes, that's my math. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I care deeply about housing in the city as someone who watched housing prices go up and up and up throughout my entire life before I was able to buy a house. It's probably one of my biggest, or probably my top issue locally, politically. I hope that the building trades would join me in advocating for aggressive housing development in my neighborhood, West Seattle, and other similar residential neighborhoods with parks, schools, grocery stores, and other amenities necessary for people and families to thrive. As for SODO, the local and state economy depends on the integrity of our ports and industrial lands. Countless businesses rely on our thoughtful and consistent stewardship of this resource. Reneging on a good faith bargain made so recently is crippling to business confidence in our city, with dire impacts to importers and exporters that reach far throughout the economy. I'm sure it's a coincidence that this hasty plan would rescue the investments of an out-of-state billionaire, but if it's not, that would be shameful. Please vote to protect our industrial lands, our supply chain, our economy, and good jobs that will stay in the city.
51.
Thank you, Council President Nelson, members of the council. I'm Eric Fitch. I'm the Executive Director of the Washington Public Ports Association, here today asking you respectfully to vote no. My port members around the state reflect the communities they serve. Seattle is a maritime city. Councilmember Strauss talked in a prior hearing about pride in our city and our port. He's proud that our port puts groceries on shelves in Alaska, so am I. I'm proud that Washington apples that go through our port are world famous. Washington wheat makes soba noodles in Japan. Our potatoes become French fries that are consumed across Asia. This is coincidence. This is because of our growers, our shippers, and our port. Seattle is a port city, and I'd ask you to please consider that when voting no on this measure. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Howard, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Pioneer Square. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes for Council Bill 120933 and the creation of the Stadium Makers District south of T-Mobile Park. This initiative represents a forward-thinking approach to economic development, one that builds on our city's industrial legacy while creating new opportunities for small-scale manufacturers, artisans, and local businesses. This is a chance to be intentional about land use, leveraging public-private partnerships, preserving the character of our city, and fostering an inclusive, sustainable ecosystem. The specifics of this proposal are well thought out and studied with due diligence. Today, more than ever, it's important to look at the facts without the fear-mongering. And I urge you to pass Council Bill 120933 and help shape a future where Seattle's creative and industrial spirit thrives. Thank you.
All right, 53.
Council President, council members, thank you. My name is Lars Turner. I'm the International Secretary Treasurer for the Masters, Mates, and Pilots Union. I live in Seattle's 6th District. I'm speaking in opposition to 120933. Our maritime industrial lands are bedrock economic foundations of our city in Seattle. Our industrial lands support long-term generational wealth. We must protect this area. Once it is developed with residential, hotels, a makers district, it will be lost. This land is important to the trade in and out and through our state, and it is very important for our economy, our state economy, and our national economy. I urge you to oppose 120933. I urge you to protect our maritime industrial lands. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Kurt Nicchitelli, owner of Spirit Transport Systems and also the residing chair of the Intermodal Council of the Washington Trucking Association, representing over 600 businesses across the state. I pray my words fall on open ears. There are two critical pieces here in my opposition to 120933, the viability of the Seattle Gateway and safety. Seattle has an obligation to recognize it's not an isolated city, but the home to a unique and irreplaceable port. With all due respect to those that are in support of this bill, what most citizens don't understand is that most of the things, I could take a bet that your computers, your phones in your pockets, the clothes on your back, much of it's imported from overseas. So we depend on the port for our everyday cost of living and survival and existence in our communities. Interfering with freight mobility here in Seattle would impact the cost of everyday goods to millions of homes, as well as tens of thousands of farms across Washington state that depend on the port to export food across the world. It also jeopardizes safety. A truck does not have visibility like a car. So I just ask you to please consider the safety of the residents that you will be bringing into this community, as well as the safety of the truck drivers.
Thank you.
Number 55.
Good afternoon, City Council members. I want to make clear that I support all unions. And I'm not here to try to divide anyone, but I'm here to make a historical analysis and also to make everyone in this City Council understand that this is not the first time that our City Council is putting this decision. I want to bring some historical context. Howard Terminal, Oakland, California, the Fisher family, owner of the Gap, and also the ACE team. Same scenario to build in Oakland, California. And the community was misled on the issue of affordable housing. I support affordable housing, but the fact remains is that we need to make sure that we don't take away good paying jobs as we make the argument about affordable housing. So this is in the record, you can look it up, what the outcome.
Thank you.
Gap, the Fisher and the A's moved to.
Thank you, sir.
Number 55? Okay. You're right. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. My name is John Agawa, and I'm in trucking business. I've been in trucking since 2012. We operate locally, Seattle and Tacoma. I'm here to advocate for maritime zoning. Seattle working waterfront and maritime zones provide thousands of well-paying jobs in trucking, warehousing, shipping, and manufacturing. Housing and hotel development in these areas would drive up land costs and push out businesses critical to the region's economy. Reducing congestion and protecting freight mobility. Maritime zones are strategically located near highways, rails, and ports to facilitate efficient freight movement. Converting these spaces. Thank you.
Leith Yasnowski Call, 20-year longshoreman. Look, the proponents of this measure have admitted on the microphone today that it's a fight over 2 blocks. And that's very true, because it's true. It's a very particular 2 blocks and a very particular 200-foot buffer. Despite what many of you may have been told, the maritime community are not ogres who hate and oppose affordable housing or construction jobs or small business or kittens or puppies. We would not be united to fight against those things. The only reason that the whole maritime community of this state is united against this measure is because it really does contain the same poison pill we have had to oppose again and again and again, from the Occidental vacation back to the 2013 proposal. It's the same thing. So please keep the port open. If it wasn't really a threat in danger, we would not be here united urging you to oppose this.
I'm a janitor and the executive board member of SIU 6. We support the Maker District because its developers have committed to using union labor not only for construction but also for janitorial and security services. Too often, developers focus solely on union labor during construction and overlook the quality of jobs their properties could create once they are operational. The Makers District is different. It is organized the importance of the fair wages and good working conditions beyond the construction phase. By committing to the union labor for ongoing building services. This project will have a lasting positive impact to our communities. This is exactly the kind of the communities we need more of. It sets a new standard in our markets, and that creates more good union jobs for the future. Thank you.
59.
Good afternoon, Kevin Haskell, longtime ILWU member. We've heard today some people downplaying the effects of this. It's a classic case of a special interest group trying to get their foot in the door. We've got a vibrant, viable working port here, 46, 30, 18, 5. There's 2,130 square miles in King County. Certainly there's someplace else this could be done. There's safety concerns for kids. We don't want them playing around trains, trucks, that sort of thing. We've already had several bicycle fatality accidents in this area. I urge you to vote against this. Thank you.
We're now moving into speaker number 60, and then we'll be moving into speakers number 61 through 70. If you can please start lining up. Thank you. Speaker number 60.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Charlie Bendock. I'm a lifelong Seattle resident, District 2. Thank you, Mr. Solomon, for being here. I'm also a Seattle longshoreman, and my family's lived in Seattle for 4 generations. And why do we come here and why do we say? It's a beautiful city. It's a wonderful city. There's so many great places to put housing. But I'll tell you, the Olmsted brothers are probably rolling over in their graves right now at this proposal. This is a hostile environment for residential living. 9,000 truck trips per week, no grocery stores, no green spaces, no schools, no parks, all that stuff. I was also a journeyman carpenter for a number of years. I'll get a pension, UBC Local 816. And I'll tell you, we can build housing anywhere. There's so many great places we can put housing in this town. And isn't there already a plan that's being worked on right now, comprehensive, the whole city-wide? And this is not a part of it. Why? Okay. You know, you might be sincere in thinking this won't affect the port, but you've already heard from people who do know how it affects thousands of workers, tens of thousands of related jobs, truck drivers, ag exporters, the Maritime Ministry, the Port of Seattle, advocates for pedestrian safety and public health, over 30 state reps, even the Federal Maritime Commission weighed in on this. Please listen to reason and vote this down.
Speakers number 61, 62. 61?
61. Hello, my name is Chad C. I'm a proud District 6 native. I'm the board president of the Washington Maritime Federation, and I'm executive director of the Freezer Longline Coalition, part of the North Pacific Commercial Fishing Fleet. I'm speaking to you again to express my strong opposition to Council Bill 120933. I had the honor to serve on our city stakeholder committee on the zoning of our industrial lands. I am proud that after many years of work, we had a deal. We should not be revisiting this agreement and creating uncertainty and challenges to our industrial workforce. Today, the thousands of seafood and agricultural work stakeholders in our state are facing multiple challenges to our livelihoods. Trump's trade war is imminently threatening the future of our family farmers and fishermen. Changes in land use in the Stadium District impacts the movement of goods across our state to our largest port gateway. We should not be creating additional roadblocks to the work of our fishermen and farmers. We support the affordable housing, but we need it where it works. I urge Council to not move on this action and to delay or defeat this bill. Thanks.
62.
Thank you, Council. My name's Joe Wall. I'm a longshoreman. I would like you guys to vote this down. A few things I want to mention. The traffic coming into the port as it's now configured, coming along Spokane Street to go to Terminal 5 and Terminal 18, I would describe it as crazy. Overloaded, we backed semis up all the way to I-5 and beyond. So we are maxed out with what we've got now. 2014, the flyover at Atlantic Street was completed. The phase 3 was $34 million. We put all this money into making Terminal 46 work, and now we're going to just walk away from it. You people know my sister, and she's looked this ordinance over. There's nothing in it saying that this is going to be a maker's district, really. That's hoopla. Nothing against the makers. The other thing is the affordability has been watered down. compared to the MFT. And finally, this is a subsidized project. If you give these people a 12-year tax break, that's a public subsidy.
We're going to be skipping 63, 64, and 65. We've already spoken. We're now at speaker number 66.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. My name is Aaron McKay, and I've been a longshoreman for a long time. I live in Beacon Hill in Seattle only because of my good union job that I have. I support 5 family members with this job. And this is not just any street in Seattle. This is a direct truck route to the freeway from the port. The Makers District has the advantage of being able to be made somewhere else. The port cannot. There are so many other places in Seattle to build low-income housing. Why don't we consider some of those other places? My family and hundreds of thousands of other families depend on this port. Please vote this down. Thank you so much.
Number 67.
Hello, I'm Alan Smith, longshoreman, Local 19, Seattle. I'm urging you guys to vote this no down. Everybody from labor all the way on up to the Federal Maritime Commission has expressed their concerns about how this job would be a bad idea. It would impact freight mobility. It would impact the rest of our state. Thousands and thousands of people throughout our state would be affected by this project. Low-income housing, like everybody has said, can be built all over the place, other makers districts as well. But building it right at that specific spot will choke off the Port of Seattle. I'm sure some other people have said it's 2 traffic lights away from the rest of the country. By choking that off, you're going to slow down the supply chain, making these problems even worse. Not only that, but these maker spaces that we're talking about, people making things that need to ship them, it's going to be very difficult when we're choking off those routes for shipping. How is anybody supposed to make something and ship it when there's going to be delays?
Hello, my name is Michael Clyde. I'm a casual in the Longshore Union, and I am very opposed to Council Bill 120933. I've worked as a commercial truck driver and driven through Seattle, and it's not a nice place to drive. This would make it much more difficult, and this is a very important route to get to the port. One of the biggest problems that we have bringing more work into the port is being able to access the port reliably and efficiently. This would be very harmful, and as has been pointed out in these meetings, the port is a very important part of the economic growth in Seattle. To cut that off would be cutting off revenue for the city, not to mention affecting thousands of jobs that would pay a family wage. This is a sorry, been sick. It's a great profession. There's lots of great associated work. I'd like to see you guys help continue that on. Thank you.
I thought I'd get to go first, but I got here late, so it's totally okay. My name is Tanya Wu. I'm an advocate for the Chinatown International District. But before then, I used to work across the street from the stadiums at a little TV station called King 5. I was there for 10 years. But I want to talk about the Chinatown International District. It sits on land that's near the liquidation zone. And also, this is a neighborhood that's facing gentrification displacement and has been named one of the most endangered neighborhoods in the city. So how do we fight gentrification displacement? We need to build more affordable housing, and it's just not in the CID. We need to build it everywhere. We need resources, but we also need the larger area to be safer. We need more opportunities for the creative economy. For people in the CID to have access to a makerspace, that would be amazing. CID is the poorest neighborhood in the city, comprised mostly of immigrants. The area is a 5-minute walk from the CID, and this proposal creates housing, jobs, and opportunities that we all desperately need. So we need to reimagine what the entire city needs to look like for housing, and I respectfully ask that you please consider passing this legislation. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Carlin Smith, District 1 resident. I'm here to remind you that Seattle does not happen to have a deep water port. Seattle is a city because of its deep water port. The impact study they offer as a reason to proceed is severely flawed. It did not include the waiver of the 200-foot setback buffer. It would have been challenged had we not had a deal to put this to bed for a decade just 2 years ago. You know freight and pedestrians are not good neighbors. How many millions are you spending just a mile south of there to separate truck traffic, foot traffic, and trucks on East Marginal Way? If this is allowed to move forward, in a very short while, these tenants will be here at City Hall demanding you make the port have quiet times, additional traffic mitigation, and can't you get them to dim the lights at night? We support affordable housing and want our brothers and sisters in labor to have lots of work in neighborhoods that have the things families need. This is not that. We need more affordable housing in neighborhoods, not here. It's a bad idea. Please vote it down.
We're now moving into the last 5 speakers, speakers number 71 through 75.
John Hitzfelder, ILWU. When I first moved into Belltown in 2004, I moved into workforce housing. I've benefited from workforce housing. I support and vote for more housing funding. But people who need low-income housing shouldn't have to get it in industrial areas, areas with pollutants from diesel trucks and machinery, areas with traffic at all hours from large vehicles with poor visibility that cause an outsized proportion of pedestrian deaths, areas without amenities like pharmacies, schools, churches, parks. SoDo is not an area meant for people to live. We do need more housing, but we need it in areas with resources. What are we telling low-income residents when we provide them in housing in areas without the necessities of life? Or will these amenities follow, and then the industrial land use compromise was simply a lie? Please save our prosperity, our permanent jobs, and make low-income housing in areas where it will be appreciated. Don't contribute to environmental racism and classism. Opposed.
What number were you again? 72. Speaker number 71. All right, I'm going to move on to number 73, 74, 75. What number are you?
74.
Good. Okay, good, please.
Hi, my name is Max Shagru, and I'm coming to you with a unique perspective today. I'm a lifelong community member of Seattle, born and raised in Ballard, who managed the purchase of home in the Beacon Hill neighborhood. My current role in the community is that of a clinical supervisor and mental health professional who works on the front lines of human services field. I've dedicated myself to serving our community's most vulnerable populations. I am also a longshoreman. I believe in the housing first approach in fighting homelessness. However, if Seattle's industrial district continues to be developed, it is only going to further the economic divide that we all can see, further pushing average citizens out of Seattle and making it more difficult for people to obtain employment that enables them to be contributing members of our society. Please, please protect our industrial lands and vote no.
Confirming we do not have 72, 73, so we'll move on to 75.
Hello, Liz Ann Lyons. I'm a consultant for the Public Facilities District and the Public Stadium Authority. I started working on this 6.5 years ago. Charlie Royer brought me in, asked me to do 70 different stakeholder interviews to get an idea of where people were at on development around the stadiums. Any handful of different folks on the industrial maritime side of this told me privately, don't worry. We tell our folks we're going to delay, delay, delay. This was 6.5 years ago. This has been alive for 12 years. I was told in my stakeholder meetings, we're not worried about anything you propose around the stadiums. We have the same strategy we've always had, delay, delay, delay. Coming out of the stakeholder process, everyone agreed we'd rely on the EIS. The EIS said that the traffic on Royal Brougham would not change in terms of level of service or the actual traffic times. There was a 15-day appeal window after the preferred alternative was published on September 29th. It expired October 14th. Housing was on the table. There was no reason not to appeal, but
That's our last speaker.
Thank you very much, everybody, for coming out today. I appreciate the time that you have taken to be with us today. The last person on our public comment list has spoken, and so the public comment period is now closed. I move to adopt, hold on a second. If there is no objection, the introduction and referral calendar will be adopted. Hearing none, the introduction and referral calendar is adopted. And moving on, I move to adopt the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. I do want to address the request to delay this vote that was mentioned over and over again by our public commenters, and I have to say that they were right. We had a lot of people that took time out of their day to come here, working people that took time out of their day to come here and provide public comment. We also had a lot of people on February 27th and February 24th and January 24th, and it would be disrespectful, in my opinion, to remove this bill from the agenda today after so many people have taken the time to be present and make comment. Regarding the reason for delay, under council rules, all council members have the right to propose an amendment ahead of a council meeting by distributing it more than 2 hours in advance of the meeting. The rules also provide that a limited mechanism for council members to propose new, previously uncirculated amendments during the meeting itself. That's not happening here. More notice in advance of incoming amendments is appreciated, but it's incumbent upon council members and staff to reserve the time to absorb and analyze possible late-breaking amendments, as we don't delay legislation at council that's been vetted through the committee process solely on the basis of late-breaking amendments. That's not our practice. And this has been vetted. We've had 3 committee meetings on the legislation. Many of my colleagues who aren't even on the committee exercised the opportunity to attend and be part of that discussion. The bill came out of committee on a 2 to 3 vote weeks ago. So there's been ample time for discussion in every one of the amendments circulated today to come before us. And these are technical amendments. None of them make substantive changes in a way that hasn't already been addressed. So we've delayed this proposal long enough, and if my colleagues don't like the amendments or aren't able to understand the implications of them, they are free to vote no, and they're also free to vote no on this bill altogether. So I am making a strong argument for going ahead with the agenda as it is, so that folks who have come again to council council changes to speak their opinion, both sides of the opinion, will not have wasted their time again. Are there any comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank everyone who came down here for public comment. I understand that when constituents come down for public comment, it's not easy. People take time out of their maybe jobs and families that they could be with to come down here, and just know that I, for one, really appreciate it and understand how difficult that is. And this just goes to show you what a difficult issue this is. However, delaying the vote will not change that this is a difficult issue. We have had multiple meetings and presentations, including robust public comment like we heard here today. We've had public comment at other meetings on this issue. We also had a public hearing, and we've had a legal consult from our attorneys. So we have all the information that we need to take this vote today. This council should not set precedent by delaying this vote after the diligent review we've had on this issue. As to the more recent amendments that we've brought, this is not the first, nor will it be the last time that this body will consider amendments that are either brought just days before or even as walk-on amendments. I do not consider the amendments brought today to be of a nature that would have us break from our recent policy on considering amendments. At the end of budget deliberations for a vote on November 15th, we had multiple last-minute amendments. We heard 3 the same day walk-on amendments, and 5 amendments came in just the day before. Most of these were of a substantive nature than the ones brought today, as they involve financial decisions for city budget. During the renewal of the transportation levy as well, we had 7 late-breaking amendments with substantial financial changes. Those amendments were circulated midday Friday before a Tuesday vote. I bring these up as examples of amendments that we've had to review in short order. And as at least one public commenter said today, our job is to ensure we review and make decisions in a timely fashion on behalf of our city residents. And I take that commitment really seriously and that work very seriously. Again, I feel we've had ample time to review. This is a difficult issue, but we have taken a lot of your time, not just today, but other times. I know many of you have come here on other occasions to give public comment as well. I don't think we should set precedent today by delaying this vote. Thank you, Council President. And again, thank you all for being here.
Seeing no further comments, the agenda is adopted. Moving now on. Okay. Go ahead and please call the vote on the adoption of the agenda.
Councilmember Strauss?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yeah.
Councilmember Kettle? Councilmember Kettle?
We're just voting on the agenda.
Yes.
I don't think we have to vote on the agenda, though.
We don't usually, but our clerk said to do so, so.
This is a vote on the agenda, correct?
Yes.
And we just, Councilmember Kettle just voted yes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
Aye.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, we've got an agenda. All right, we'll now consider the proposed consent calendar. Items on the proposed consent calendar are the minutes of March 11th, 2025, Council Bill 120951, which is the payment of the bills, and 3 appointments from the Libraries, Education, and Neighborhoods Committee. Are there any items that council members would like removed from today's consent calendar? All right, hearing none, I move to adopt the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent calendar. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the consent calendar?
Councilmember Strauss?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
Aye.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. Will the clerk please, the consent calendar items are adopted, and will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation and minutes on the consent calendar on my behalf? All right, will the clerk please read item 1 into the record?
The report of the Governance, Accountability, and Economic Development Committee, Agenda Item 1, Council Bill 120933, relating to land use and zoning, amending sections 23.74.002 and 23.74.008 of the Seattle Municipal Code to allow residential uses in the Stadium Transition Area Overlay District. The committee recommends the bill pass with Councilmembers Nelson, Rivera, and Solomon in favor, and Councilmembers Kettle and Hollingsworth in opposition.
Thank you very much. As the Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. I will say, as I shared with the public and with colleagues today, I do need more time. And I need more time because of the process that has been underway and the decision points that are ahead of us just this year. I will speak to the process a little bit later, but I will say that this has not been a process that has encouraged collaboration or consensus building. This is a process that, in my opinion, has created more division than it has needed to. The upcoming decision points that we have that impact this are the Coast Guard record of decision planned for late April. We have the transportation study that was requested to be accompanied through the 2023 industrial maritime zoning changes. That has not come to fruition. We have, as we just passed this last week, from the transportation, regarding the transportation levy proviso and the transportation levy plan for this year, SDOT is planning to create the spot and corridor improvements between the port and I-90 and I-5. we'll have a couple different opportunities there. We'll have the opportunity, once those projects are identified, the plans at 60 and 90% and delivered. What we don't have today is the ability to connect those transportation improvements with what we're considering today because the process has not allowed that. We have council members interested in creating more mediation between the parties. We've heard today from the port that there is an interest in actually making a purchase. And just today, while we've sat on this dais, we've received both new legal arguments. We've received a legal argument, a legal awareness from our council attorney, and then an email has been distributed on the dais saying, I'm not going to breach attorney-client privilege, but providing more information from the city attorneys. I can't explain any more clearly that if we are having policy discussions by email while public comment is going on, it clearly states that we need more time. Council President, I'll make a motion here and I will move to postpone Council Bill 120933 until our July 15th, 2025 meeting so that we can understand what the Coast Guard record of decision is and so that we can move forward with the SDOT levy improvements.
I hear the motion, and I would like to provide my my opposition to postpone. There's been a second. Here's the deal. As one of our last public comment speakers mentioned, there will always be delay, delay, delay. The last time, right before we were set to vote, there was the threat that if we voted in committee, which isn't even subject to a violation to the SEPA board, to SEPA or GMA, that we got slammed with a letter threatening lawsuits. We went through the process of making sure that we were comfortable that going forward with the legislation. We took a vote, and then it has been a week and a half or so since then. There has been ample time to bring up this work that SDOT is doing, which and if it's that important, it could have been brought up a bit sooner. We know that the facts as laid out in the EIS is that the vehicles associated with the residential units that are proposed under this legislation will not impact or will not have adverse impact on port operations or freight mobility. That has been stated many, many times, and there can be disagreement about that, but I am working with the facts that I have. Regarding the Coast Guard letter of determination, I understand that that will reveal what the Coast Guard plans on doing, where they are going to move their operations, if it's going to go down to the Terminal 30 next door. Frankly, in this day and age of President Trump, I am a little bit concerned about holding anything off until we get a letter from a federal agency. But the point is that whatever the Coast Guard does with their operations, the impacts of the housing are fairly irrelevant on what's going on First Avenue. And so I could go on and on and on and tick off all the reasons why the reason for delay is does not rise to the level of consequence to merit asking these people to go home, thank them again for coming and making public comment, and sorry, you'll have to come back again when on some day we have time. We've got 9 council members here at the dais. It's hard to get everybody together without somebody being on vacation. We're going to be heading into summer, and then our council recess in August, 2 weeks, and then very quickly after that, we've got budget on top of a levy that needs to be renewed, and ongoing comp plan work. And so I urge my colleagues to vote against the motion to postpone this piece of legislation and go forward doing the work of the people of Seattle and make a decision and then move forward with everything else on our council docket. Councilmember Rivera.
I think
I'm sorry, I didn't. Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Council President, and I'll take the opportunity to thank everyone who came out, whether you're for or against this bill. I've said before that the F in FEIS stood for flawed, but I will say today that it's also for a failing grade with respect to this specific piece of legislation. I would say it doesn't account for the 200-foot change, which in my mind is a material change. As mentioned by Councilmember Strauss, it doesn't account for the Coast Guard decision on Pier 46. This is major. And I suspect it's not going to be on time because of the chaos that's happening in the other Washington, D.C., in the other Washington. You know, it's interesting that no one talks about the Amtrak BSNF decision and it relates to South Holgate Street. Zero mention of that. That's going to be huge. Whatever it goes, it's going to be huge either way. It's going to have major impacts on our major truck routes. It's going to have major impact on our heavy haul network. It's just south of the proposed spot up zone, rezone. And this needs to be accounted for. But it's not accounted for in the documents that we've had. I mentioned before the Soto wet weather treatment facility. That's going to take out 4 to 8 acres of Soto. We don't have the information on that. That's the King County Wastewater Division project. And based on my visit to the Georgetown wet water treatment facility, I suspect it's going to be closer to 8, not 4. So up to 8 acres taken out of Soto. That is huge. What is the impact on the truck routes? The heavy haul networks, the major truck routes. This is serious. This is major. No mention of it in the EIS. No mention in the discussions that we've had, both in executive session or here in the dais in the committee. Nothing. And then on top of that, as mentioned earlier, we have the resolution 32097, only signed in 23 December 2023. It's barely a year old. And it talked about, doing reports, OPCD, on non-industrial development, site development impact analysis. We've not gotten anything on that. And as mentioned, we're investing in our freight program through the transportation levy that was worked so well by Transportation Committee Chair Saka. This is huge. This is huge. And for these reasons, and I'm also thinking of former Council President Deborah Juarez talking about fact patterns, and talking about what this really is. This is about our maritime cultural heritage that we have as a city, and that we can build, as she said 10 years ago, nearly 1 arena or 5 arenas, but we cannot build a deep water port. This is serious. This is major. And so, again, Coast Guard, the Amtrak BNSF at Holgate, the Soto wet weather treatment facility, the resolution regarding site development impact analysis, and the freight program with the transportation levy. For these reasons, I support the motion to delay this legislation. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Rivera. Oh, Councilmember Rink. Who hit their hand up after Councilmember Kettle?
I did, but I lowered it because I was
I've already
formulating some.
Okay, go ahead,
I've already
Council.
spoken once, so she can go.
All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. Someone asked me today if it was unfair to ask to delay the vote, given how many working folks turned out today. And yes, it is unfair. And it is unfair to have 9 amendments come before us just last night. That only became public last night, limiting our ability to meaningfully engage with our partners on this. My office wants to govern with the people and alongside the people. And I understand that council rules permits this, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Especially given the long contentious history of this project. We're talking about 10 years of history here, and I know many people in this room have worked deeply on this issue, and I want to honor that because I know it has not been easy. I certainly feel that in this moment. And when I look in this room, I see a lot of friends. I see a lot of people who have shared goals. It does hurt me to see working folks fighting over this. It has been bad for us. I see people who are aligned on the shared goals for affordable housing. I share in that. I see folks who want to support good union jobs, both in affordable housing development, which is tremendously important, and protecting the jobs that we have at the port. Supporting makers, making sure we have safe streets. And I believe that there is a path to compromise, and I mean that genuinely. And rescheduling this vote allows for time to contemplate these amendments with stakeholders and our labor partners on all sides of this issue. Again, we're talking about 9 amendments dropped yesterday, leaving my office limited to no time to consult with Labor Port and all key partners to really talk through the merits of these amendments. And I want to be clear that I appreciate the work of my colleagues, what they've done to work on these amendments, and they represent, to my mind, a great means in advancing this project in a way that would build consensus rather than sow division. If we, as a body, had been given necessary time to analyze and engage with stakeholders. The process we presented with did not allow that to happen. And in my mind, I view rescheduling as a course correction that will allow us time to truly resolve this in a way that works for everybody in this room. Additional time would allow for us to do our due diligence in speaking with our partners to come to an informed decision and give these amendments the thoughtful consideration that they deserve. So rescheduling also allows time for the possibility of a real compromise on all sides. And the missteps in this legislative process have sowed division between our regional partners. This bill was introduced 2 months ago on an issue that has already been a contentious debate for a decade, and we just simply need more time. And for my part, my office has been hopeful to convene our labor partners to work on a compromise solution. Thank you, Council President.
Are there any further comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, Council President. So while there may be valid reasons to continue this substantively, I don't believe the reason, because we've received 9 amendments, is one of them. This is a process that works quickly. We are required to always work quickly, to think about things quickly, to do our due diligence. We've all been doing our due diligence from the beginning. I would like to have gotten the amendment sooner as well. And I've been talking about my amendments for a while. It's been tricky because we've been trying to figure out how do we sort of minimize additional encroachment, which I think is a very real concern. And so that was why I brought amendments, and I know that's why my colleague, Councilmember Saka, has brought amendments as well. But I want to point out that I stayed up until 1 o'clock last night reviewing all of these amendments so that I could be prepared. And today I actually amended my amendment based on an amendment Councilmember Saka brought. So we are more than capable of reviewing these, which are, in my opinion, rather technical amendments. They're not complex substantive amendments that takes a lot of time for us to review and think about and consult with. I've had an opportunity to consult with my colleagues today. I've had an opportunity, I've had people reach out to me today about these and about delaying the vote. So I respectfully disagree that that should be the basis for a continuance. Substantive questions about other things that need to happen, perhaps. I suppose I would offer, I mean, we have everybody here. Let's not delay it. But if it really is a question of you need 1 more week to read through these technical amendments, then let's do it for 1 week. But this is a red herring when we say you need more time to read these amendments, so let's continue into July. Let's just be honest about things, because there's just too much dishonesty on both sides going forward here today. In my opinion, Councilmember Strauss, and I'm not calling you out in particular, but I'm prepared and allowed to have my own opinion about how this process has played out. There have been a lot of comments made about how this process has played out, to which I have not responded or added my own 2 cents. And I'm not calling anybody out in particular, but it has not been a particularly wonderful process on either side. And we've all been put in a difficult position. So I just think it's fair to acknowledge that. There are 2 sides to every coin. Thank you very much. I yield.
Councilmember, okay, Rivera and then Saka.
Thank you, Council President. I want to say as to the legal advice that my colleague just raised, we have all received the same legal advice. I have no concerns moving forward. And then I also wanted to address one other thing, because I did start my earlier comments with, this is a difficult issue. I understand on both sides. I've said this before. I am a daughter of a union worker. Actually, today would have been my dad's birthday if he were still alive, but he is not. But he was a proud union worker member and a worker in a factory for many years as a welder. And because of my dad, I am here today. And so I will say, this is a hard issue on both sides. Thank you, Councilmember Moore, for raising that, because it is true. It is a difficult issue. There are two sides. There's labor on both sides. So please know, for my part, and I know those of my colleagues that I've spoken with, this is a difficult issue, but that is the job. We got voted to make really tough decisions up here. And we work with our constituents, and we hear as many voices as we possibly can to make tough decisions. It is not easy, believe me, but that is the job. It is a hard one, and it's one that I take very seriously. And I too stay up late, not just last night, many nights. I am up late because I do my due diligence with everything that I read and with every vote that I take and that I make. And people have heard me say on many occasions, I work many long hours because I want to listen to all sides, and I do my due diligence and my deliberation. So this is really difficult. But it being difficult is not a good reason to delay a vote. We take many difficult votes here, and if we were going to rely on the fact that they were difficult, we wouldn't make many votes, because they're all difficult. We have a lot of votes coming up here. The hardest is always budget time. And even during budget time, as I said earlier, we had floor amendments. And that is available to us because these are hard choices. And we need to be able to, even day of a vote, bring an amendment. So I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Moore, for your comments. And Council President, I cede my time now. Thank you.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. And first off, I want to thank everyone for taking the time to be here today. Irrespective of what side of this particular issue that you happen to stand on, you could have been anywhere in the world, and you chose to be here with us to share your perspective, your feedback, and your presence, and it's greatly appreciated. It shows to me you care, give a damn, and you're committed to doing better as a community and as a city. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is you don't need me to tell you. This is a delicate, complex issue. I heard a lot of great concerns 4 or 5 times at least in public comment just today alone. We heard about the U.S. Coast Guard's pending record of decision. A few of my colleagues even mentioned it as well here at the dais. And some of the uncertainty pertaining to that. When I most recently met with the port, not recently, but back in January when I met with Commissioner Ryan Kelkins and some leaders from the port, that was one of the concerns that they raised. When I met with Dan McKisson from the Longshoremen, that was one of the concerns that was raised. When I met with Port President Toshiko Hasegawa last week, that was one of the concerns that was raised. Maritime Labor Union, same. I heard that concern over and over again, and it's an absolutely valid one. That's why I created an amendment we'll talk about later to provide more time. It's a valid concern. But I think there's already an amendment to address that, at least in part. And acknowledging that everyone's been here, took the time out of your busy lives to be here today. I want to honor and respect everyone's time and not further delay and kick this down the road. Because I know there is a strong commitment on all sides. And I'm not going to do my best to avoid impugning anyone's motives. I think everyone is genuinely interested in working together to meet everyone's needs and concerns and do something together and negotiate in good faith to do exactly that. But I would submit that even if we take this vote today, there's nothing stopping the parties from continuing to do exactly that, continuing to negotiate in good faith. Some of that might rise to the level of future council action. Some of it may not. But even if we end up voting today, there's nothing that's going to stop anyone from working together. I'm just not convinced that the pending motion that we have is for a July 15th, I believe, date, my vote. My amendment, again, we'll talk about it more later. It says June 30th. June 30th is an effective date, 15 days. So it allows for planning. Corey, I mean, it's fair to question whether that the adequacy and sufficiency of that, but it allows for planning. And I'm just not convinced that if we delay this vote today, Thank you.
Let's see, Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. This question about when we take this up is not about being a yes or a no. And kind of to Councilmember Saka's point of, you know, you've got an amendment later today to make that the effective date in June. If we have a discussion here, or we learn new things in the next few months that make us want to change today's decision, we can't change that unless we come back together and ask everyone to come back from their jobs to come back down here again. That's why I'm asking to get that information ahead of making that final decision. Because this is this could possibly be the first decision before this council that cannot be taken back. Other decisions that we've made up here around policies can be amended, they can be pilot projects, they can be changed. If it's not working, they can be audited. With budget, we're able to expand funding, we're able to contract, shrink funding, we're able to make those changes, we're able to put performance measures on them if we so choose. There are other tools. Once a building is built, it's there. And that's a change that we don't get to come back from. I absolutely don't want to ask working folks to come leave their jobs again. I think for me, this process has not put people at the table at the same time to have these conversations. This process is what has put people pitted against each other. I know that from having shepherded the 23 maritime industrial work. That was a very long process. It was focused on collaboration and consensus. And we were able to create a schedule that was clearly articulated well in advance. A month before the bill was even transmitted, we were talking about the deadlines for amendments. And that's why we didn't have amendments at full council, because everyone was afforded the time that they needed to make that decision. When I talk about amendments, that's just one factor. There are many different factors that make me ask for this delay today. Something that is, I hear my colleagues sharing examples of why last-minute amendments are okay. I'll point out that the difference between those examples and what is before us today is how much work has been done to share the content ahead of time. And some of these amendments, and I'm not pointing fingers, it's not faults at anyone else, but Some of the amendments were held close to the chest until being published. And this is not about whether or not we have the fortitude to stay up all night. Everyone let the record reflect the judge can stay up tough as nails. This is not about staying up late at night and digesting the information. This is about allowing for a public process to have transparency and predictability. How many council members up here right now knew that the project that is being proposed could be built today if that housing was hotels?
Councilmember Strauss, I would like to continue the process of voting on this.
Council President, are you cutting
Hold
me
on,
off?
please don't interrupt. Point of order, please. Let's keep our conversation to the motion at hand. I know it is. You're going to show the vinyl thing.
Yes, I would like to finish my statement.
Go ahead and finish your statement.
There's a lot riding on this decision. This is one that we can't take back and that we should proceed carefully because everyone up here, from my understanding, wants the Makers District. We want to have that small makers manufacturing. What I heard today is that the port has in writing interest in buying that space. What we know is that we want labor-built affordable housing. Where it is a different question. What we know is that this project could be built today if that was hotels. Because when we put people's home within 200 feet of not only a freight route, but one of the most used freight routes in our city, it's not good for the folks who live there. I asked for a delay so that we can continue the conversation. And Councilmember Moore, if that means just a week, I'm happy to have the conversation. I said July because I thought we could get SDOT to get engaged. And we could have gotten SDOT engaged had we had a more smooth process. Thank you.
Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Council President. I first want to wish a happy heavenly birthday to Councilmember Rivera's dad, a welder. It's incredible because my dad's a welder. And Thursday will be 4 years since he passed, and it's his birthday on Thursday. And so, and to Councilmember Rink's point, with that background, it is sad. And I understand MLK Labor Councils is looking for answers, but it's sad in the situation that we have in terms of labor and the different sides of labor. With that background, as I think. I also like the word grace. In fact, grace is my favorite word, and I think grace is important. So I understand when somebody says, hey, do an all-nighter. But, grace would take into account when a colleague has, a couple of little terrier dogs, a young daughter, and a working mom, wife, who's going through quite a bit right now. And so, it's difficult. And I think grace is a key word that we should have. And by the way, and thank you, by the way, because the public comments were done in a graceful way. But this is a word that we should be looking at as we're looking at these issues. I just wanted to also say that I don't believe my comments are a red herring. Because if you work these issues, if you know the maritime world and everything else, the Coast Guard decision is huge. It's going to have impacts. The Amtrak BNSF decision related to South Holgate, that is huge, huge. It's going to have impacts. The Soto wet weather treatment facility, it's going to be huge. It's going to be nearly 8 acres of Soto. These are not red herrings. And we talk about difficult decisions. Difficult decisions, we're supposed to have data-driven decision-making. But clearly, just based on those 3 examples, we have incomplete data. It's just a fact. And so I don't believe that's a red herring. And I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Is that an old hand or a new hand, Kat? Go, Councilmember Moore.
No, it's fine. I'll take my hand down.
All right. Seeing no further comments, Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to postpone until July 15th?
Councilmember Strauss,
Yes.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
No.
Councilmember Kettle,
Yes.
Councilmember Moore,
No.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
No.
Councilmember Saka,
No.
Councilmember Solomon,
No.
Council President Nelson.
No.
That's 3 in favor, 6 opposed.
All right. The motion is defeated, and now we'll go on. Will the clerk please read item 1? Go ahead.
At this point, we're ready to move through amendments
Yes.
in A through I.
Well, I would like to address the
bill.
yeah, the base legislation, unless the title has to be read into the record. Okay. All right, folks, I'll try to keep this short because I know that we need to get to the meat of the item, and we have, how many amendments? 9. Anyway, I have to say that for such a progressive piece of legislation, there is an uncommon amount of opposition, at least for Seattle here. There's a lot of strong emotion on each side and some crazy accusations of some ill intent, as well as far too much, from my perspective, fear being fomented that just doesn't stand up to the facts. So let's be clear, this is about Seattle's worsening housing affordability problem. It's about Seattle's worsening affordability problem for our small businesses. And we're especially talking about working class people who can no longer afford to live in Seattle. We're talking about small manufacturing businesses that are forced to move out of Seattle because they can't find affordable workspaces. And these are poised to be inspirations and to be incubators and to be the ladder of uplift and opportunity for other minority and vulnerable entrepreneurs in our city. And so they're especially important to try to get to help stay here. Anyway, the question before us today is simply, are we going to do something about all of this or not? Are we going to build more affordable housing or not? Are we going to stand up for our working families or not? Are we going to support our makers' businesses and create more space for them to succeed and thrive or not? In other words, do we really understand the affordability crisis this city is facing, and are we willing to act with urgency and determination to do something about it? So that's, to me, how I see this, but of course I would. I do want to address the messaging on some of the signs, the "we had a deal" message that is coming at us, because yeah, the deal was the final EIS and the preferred alternative, which found that housing would not adversely impact the port's operations, and recommended residential uses in the stadium district up to 990 units or whatever, and that housing, 50% of which would be affordable at 60 to 90% of the area median income for 75 years per the underlying zoning. So that's what we've got going for us. This is truly mixed income housing located next to frequent transit, such as a light rail station, and there is no controversy about that. We can all agree that that's a good thing, and that's what we're talking about. The deal was negotiated amongst stakeholders from November 2019, when the Industrial and Maritime Strategy Advisory Council was convened, until it was published in the final EIS and the preferred alternative in September 2022. At least that's the deal that I'm talking about here. I don't know what the terms are of any other deal that is that's being alluded to here, but I'm just going on the facts of the materials that I have at my that were publicly available and that I have at my disposal as well. The facts are that this proposal will allow workforce housing to be built on top of subsidized workspaces for our struggling small businesses, creating a stadium makers district in an underutilized 2-block stretch south of T-Mobile Park that's now plagued by serious crime. And this would be built with 100% union labor, backed and signed by project labor agreements that follow the property even if it is sold, as long as housing is approved to be built. That's a pretty good deal. And that is why this is backed by a broad coalition, including 22 locals representing 173,000 members, 200 affordable housing providers, and 700 small manufacturing businesses that are members of Seattle Made, and there are a lot of others around the city. 2 public stadiums authorities and Pioneer Square and Chinatown International District neighborhood groups who strongly supported this proposal for the increased public safety that 24/7 activation would bring. So I could go on and deconstruct a lot of the other reasons for opposition to this plan, but I just want to put forward for now that I am advancing this bill because I think that it's the right thing to do for our workers, our low-income families, and struggling small businesses, and the vitality of our future and evolving city. So this legislation is now before us for further comment, and I welcome my colleagues to chime in. Okay, so that was an introduction. Seeing no comments right now, we can go ahead and move the various amendments. I'll start with mine. Hold on a second. Getting to that part of the script. Oh, I am recommending that we suspend the rules so that our central staff analysts can join us at the table just to answer any policy questions, not there to walk through each amendment. So I am seeing no objection to suspending the rules so that our central staff member can sit at the table. All right, let's move on. Amendment, do I go ahead and read the actual amendment, the full thing? Okay, Amendment A is sponsored by me, so I'll just go ahead and present it. Amendment A is, I move Amendment A to Council Bill 120933.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. This amendment, sponsored by me, would limit the total number of residential units in the Stadium Transition Area Overlay District. And so basically, this was in response to, a little bit to the letter that we got from the port. And the facts are that it would limit the total number of units, housing units in the Stadium District to 990, and this is consistent with the total number, the greatest number of units that was studied in the FEIS. And this is the point of this amendment is to send a very clear message that what we're trying to do here is consistent with what was studied in the EIS, and that there is not an intention here to exceed the amount that was studied in the EIS, and this will also address concerns that there is a SEPA violation at play. Are there any questions about my amendment?
Council President.
Go ahead.
Can you remind me, do we have to vote yes and no on amendments at full council? I see the clerk saying yes. Thank you.
Yes. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment A?
Councilmember Strauss? Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
6 in favor, 3 opposed.
The motion carries. Amendment A is adopted. Moving right along, go ahead. Are there any further comments on the bill as amended? Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment B.
Second. Second, go.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to, go ahead.
Thank you. So, heard a lot of great feedback the past couple weeks, past couple months, in my journey to learn more and to better understand some of the specific concerns. All of them great, all of them valid. Try my best, again, not to impugn any motives. I I think all the concerns that I heard, like I said, are totally valid. I don't think any of them are fear-mongering. They're rooted in people's deep-seated values, principles, and priorities. And if I, as an elected official or a politician, were to tell someone that they're fear-mongering based off of how they feel about a particular policy proposal, I think it's a little disrespectful. Who am I to tell you all how you should be feeling or not be feeling about any particular policy proposal? So all the concerns are valid. Too much government doing that anyway. So all these concerns are valid. I'm just persuaded by some more than others. And this amendment is in direct response to some specific concerns that I heard during my stakeholder and community engagement process. This amendment is about providing clarity for both the port and the community that going forward, the council will maintain industrial lands for industrial uses. My amendment also makes clear that this council understands the importance of industrial lands and will proactively support actions to limit further encroachments and rezoning of industrial lands. I intend to cement the City Council's commitment to maintaining industrial lands for industrial and maritime uses. The port and our industrial businesses should not have to come out and fight this fight every few years. We learned a few years ago, some thought this issue was put to bed. Others thought that it would be resurrected in a few years, and here we are. But everyone deserves consistency and predictability in land use policies so they can concentrate on doing their business. Because the bill before us is a short bill affecting only the Stadium Transition Area Overlay District, I'm told from our central staff that it is not the best venue for making that larger commitment. So when the comprehensive plan is. So when the comp plan is before the council, which it currently is, I will be putting forward amendments as part of the broader plan to make sure that no additional housing is permitted in industrial areas, and individual council members aren't free to willy-nilly propose such changes whenever they see fit. It has to be at a reliable, consistent, predictable time frame. But I'm told this legislative instrument isn't the appropriate legislative vehicle for that. So where we landed is want to signal council's intent here via recitals with an eye towards taking stronger action later during the comp plan process. And colleagues, irrespective of where you land on the final vote, I hope that I would love to earn your support for this amendment and frankly all of my amendments, because I think they do make the bill better. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you. Councilmember Saka, I appreciate entirely where the intent you are coming from is. I feel like listening to your speech, it sounded like what I said at the end of 2023, that we need predictability, that we need to set up a process that housing is not going to come up as a regular conversation. In fact, we added elements of those into the plan, into that industrial maritime rezone change. We come to different conclusions. The Stadium Transition Overlay District is an area that is a transition between the urban area and the industrial area. In those conversations that we had in 2022, 2023, and earlier, if Dan McKisson's still in the room, Dan, there he is, Dan yelled at me, in a polite way, sorry, about the hotels, about just the hotels coming into the Stadium Transition district. And at the end of that whole process, and I said, Dan, don't worry, we got a commitment, we're going to get this done, and this is where we're going to land. And even still, he said to me, well, if we put 3 hotels in there, do we have the sidewalk widths to accommodate that? That's something that he even brought up this go-around. And at the end of that 23 process, I said, if we're going to continue, there's going to be a process that brings everyone to the table. And that was part of the transportation resolution. That's part of this continuing conversation. And I'm going to get back to the process around this bill has created division rather than collaboration. I submit to you, my friend, that you're directionally correct. You're accurate. If these things, the speech that you just gave, I feel was the speech that I gave at the end of the process in 23. But the reality is we're back here today. And that's why I feel that I can't support these words because I feel that our actions are hollow. And that's not on you.
Okay. Are there any other comments? And I would like council members to address the room and not the, unless asking a question, please state your comments and then instead of speaking directly to each other. Are there any other comments on Amendment B? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment B to Council Bill? Oh, go ahead, please. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you, Council President. Are we going to have an opportunity for central staff to explain some of these amendments?
Yesterday I said that we weren't going to, because there were so many and I wasn't going to have him go through, but I do think that that is a better idea, and another council member did ask that. So, Lish, would you please go ahead with the description?
Lish Whitson, Council Central Staff. This amendment would add 5 recitals to the bill, calling out the key policies in the comprehensive plans, industrial policies related to industrial lands and preserving industrial lands for industrial uses, and adds 2 statements stating that additional housing in industrial areas outside of the limited industrial-related housing currently allowed could have significant impacts on the city's industrial areas, and stating that the city intends to further strengthen policies and further limit changes to industrial areas.
Okay. Further comments? All right, so I just want to thank you very much, Councilmember Saka, for bringing this forward. And I want to take this opportunity to recognize how much work you did put into this, to this legislation, to looking at the details, to taking a very close look at the minutia, and for caring so much and for so long about this piece of legislation and what you were going to do about it. I recognize that this is a lot of the folks that are directly involved in this legislation live and work in your district. So thank you very much for being such a thoughtful partner and for putting forward these amendments with such conviction and heart. So I just wanted to say that. All right, we've got a lot more to go. So will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of Amendment B to Council Bill 120933.
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
6 in favor, 3 opposed.
The motion carries. Amendment B is adopted. Are there further comments on the bill as amended? Yep, go ahead.
Madam Council President, thank you. I move to amend Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment C.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment C. Councilmember Saka, you're, as sponsor, you're recognized in order to address it, and you can also ask our central staffer to describe it as well.
Thank you, Madam Council President, and thank you for accommodating the request to allow central staff to be here to explain, and I'll actually yield in a moment to central staff to explain this. All of these amendments, every last one, are highly technical and nuanced. And so I think getting the fact predicate right from a central staff perspective and explanation and aligning on the effect of the amendment will help me describe the policy goals and purpose of the amendment. So go ahead. Well, I would yield to central staff.
Go ahead.
All right.
Please.
So as I think council members know, the Stadium Transition Area Overlay District is in a potential liquefaction-prone area. That means that during an earthquake event, the soils could be loose and additional engineering is required for construction in the area in order to prevent serious harm to occupants of structures in the area. If a property in the area is determined to be liquefaction prone, and that's an analysis, that's a site-by-site analysis that occurs, SDCI generally will require a covenant to the benefit of the city, indicating that the property owner will maintain the property in such a manner that will prevent harm to the public, declare that they acknowledge the risks of having a building in liquefaction-prone areas, and waive any right to assert a claim against the city for damages. This amendment basically just says that if such a covenant is required, that it has to be placed in perpetuity.
Thank you for that. Would you like to expand?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Madam Council President. So, colleagues, this amendment addresses very specific concerns that I've heard raised regarding housing and development in liquefaction zones. This amendment would make it a clear requirement that covenants regarding liquefaction zones are in place in perpetuity and run with the land and be binding upon successors and assigns of all the property. Importantly, again, in perpetuity. Recall, colleagues, that a covenant may be required in geological hazardous zones, as we learned about a moment ago, and I understand that this requirement is similar to covenants that exist with other existing properties, residential properties just north of this area, requiring property owners to maintain the property in a way to protect occupants and the public, understand and convey the risk of living in a liquefaction zone, and waive claims against the city. So this amendment, in line with that, similar projects north of this area, ensures that those who choose to live in this vibrant, dynamic, and historic part of our community do so with the full knowledge that there are potential risks involved in living in hazardous geological areas. Information from current Pioneer Square residents indicate that such covenants appear, by all accounts, appear to be working in buildings in the same exact liquefaction zone, which, by the way, is most parts of Pioneer Square, parts of SoDo, including the port and the stadiums, Georgetown and South Park, the Duwamish Valley areas that I represent. So, colleagues, I urge a vote in favor. Thank you.
Councilmember Mark Solomon.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Sacco for putting this forward. I, too, live in a liquefaction zone area on Beacon Hill. So when I was looking at doing a development on my property, I also had to sign those covenants, recognizing that I was in a liquefaction zone, recognizing that I was in a high peat area as well. So having this provision, acknowledging what the geological conditions of the area are, that has been one of my concerns regarding regarding any kind of development within SoDo. And again, I got it in my own neighborhood, on my own property. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for sharing that, through you, Council President, to Councilmember Solomon. Thank you for sharing that information. It reminds me of the ancient peat bog that borders District 6 and 5 up in the Greenwood neighborhood that has real impact on building the buildings. When a Safeway was built there, maybe a decade or so ago, it pumped water out of the ground and it made other houses sink in the area. I bring us back to why is liquefaction and this type of settling important with our policy decisions and discussions. I'll first pose the metaphor or the question of why were skyscrapers built on the island of Manhattan? The answer is because the bedrock was exposed. I ask you, usually you can see the Smith Tower through the open windows. It was the tallest building this side of the Mississippi for the longest time. Why? Because it was attached to the bedrock. Because the ancient bay started at the edge of where Smith Tower is today, at Fortson Square. Why is having single-story, double-story, or up to three-story buildings in an industrial area that is all liquefaction zone, which is different than it could be different than what Councilmember Solomon was describing, because the liquefaction zone in the bay is all till from our hills, which is different than the settling bog that is in District 6 and 5. And so, Council President, through you to my esteemed colleague to my right, directionally correct. Amen to that. We don't want people living in liquefaction zones, and if they are, we want them to be known. But what this feels like to me is to saying we had the choice to make a policy decision up here about where affordable housing goes, and instead we're making a choice to say you can live there, just you can't sue us. So I'll be voting no today. Thank you.
Will the Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Council President. Before I begin, I just want to apologize to my colleagues for my earlier intemperate words. So thank you for the grace for that. I had a question about maintain their property, and perhaps this is a question for Lish, where it says maintain their property in such a manner as will prevent harm to the public or occupants. What does that encompass? How does that play out and affect reality?
So I think assuming there are things like loose siding or loose roofing materials, et cetera, making sure that that isn't, that the building will stand during an earthquake as it's designed to do.
Okay, so just reinforcing it as it needs to be reinforced. Okay, thank you.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, the EIS did note that new construction in the area would generally tend to withstand seismic activity in a way that the buildings that are currently there would not.
Our engineering technology is much better than it was 100 years ago.
Thank you. I fully support the intent of this amendment as well. Are there any other comments? Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of Amendment C?
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
6 in favor, 3 opposed.
The motion carries. Amendment C is adopted. Are there further comments on the bill as amended?
Yeah.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment D.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the, to vote on, it has been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment D. Councilmember Saka, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Council President. And if you don't mind, I would actually yield and defer to Lish from Central Staff to tee it up.
Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. The Stadium Transition Area Overlay District, as determined in the EIS, has very high noise levels. When the council adopted the Industrial Maritime Code amendments in 2023, it chose to include a requirement that any housing in an industrial area be designed to maintain indoor noise levels at or below 60 decibels, which is about equivalent to normal conversation level. This amendment would require that within the Stadium Transition Area Overlay District, residential development be designed to limit indoor noise levels to 45 decibels, which is equivalent, they say, to like a library noise, so it's softer than a normal conversation. And I'll leave it at that and can answer questions.
Councilmember Moore.
Oh, no, I don't have, sorry.
Okay. Are there any questions? The clerk, please. Well, I must say that Councilmember Strauss.
Madam Council President, point of order. May I have the opportunity to explain my own amendment from my perspective?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, colleagues, again, this amendment addresses some very specific focused concerns that I heard from a variety of folks, that those looking to live in the Stadium District may be subject to certain detrimental health impacts and effects, including those stemming from loud and excessive noise. So this amendment addresses that concern and would lower permitted noise levels in this neighborhood. My amendment ensures that housing in the Stadium District meets the same noise standards as developments would in other neighborhoods across the city. The effects statement there notes that the federal HUD standard is 45 decibels for residential neighborhoods. The same effects statement also notes that the Seattle standard for residential neighborhoods is also 45 decibels. And when you lower the decibels, that requires increased sound attenuation. And so, so this amendment seeks to put, for this one narrow residential area, seeks to directly align the code with current city policy and federal policy pertaining to residential uses. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
You just raised a question that, if I may ask for Lish to elaborate, is the urban industrial zone noise level set at any particular noise level? Was that set in the underlying zoning?
It's set at 60 decibels, which is the city's maximum noise level for residential uses in near industrial areas.
And is there anywhere else in the city that is lower than 60 decibels?
Yes. Basically, any residential area has a 45 decibel limit during the nighttime, and I think it's 55 during the daytime.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Strauss, and then I would like to state my position. Go forward.
Thank you, Lish. My apologies. Colleagues, there were comments made earlier today that it's our job to get the briefings that we need to before we come to committee. That can really only be done with collaboration. This is an amendment that I have not had the opportunity to dig into, and it's not because I haven't been working hard, and it's not because I'm not smart. It's not because of any of those reasons. It's because everyone is being pulled in many different directions. If Lish wants to brief any of us for an hour, that's 9 hours worth of work. So I am going to be sitting here and having my for the public to see what a council member getting briefed on a bill is like. So Lish, with that, I know that you've already explained it a couple times, but can you clearly state for me what is the difference between this amendment and what we passed in 2023?
This amendment requires probably thicker windows and more insulation in development in residential projects in the stadium district than would be required under other urban industrial zones.
And can you remind me the requirements of added soundproofing and insulation? In the 2023 legislation, we had those requirements, but we did not attach a decibel level to that. Is that correct?
We do have a decibel level. It's at 60 decibels. So residential projects in urban industrial areas in the rest of the city need to be designed to have noise levels at 60 or below. And this would increase the required insulation and noise dampening within the stadium district.
And again, how I see in the amendment, there's a verification process, but how is that verified? Is it the certificate of occupancy or permit issuance?
It has to be designed to meet those noise levels. So they will do noise measuring at the time of designing the project, bring that data to SDCI, and have to show in their plans that the proposed project will meet the 45 decibel standard.
Sorry, it's not a stupid question, I swear.
Yeah.
How do you test for noise in a building that isn't built? And so that's the first part of the question, because I guess I'm not that smart. But then the other half of it is, what is the input that those tests are using? Is it the trucks driving down the street? Is there if a new industrial activity comes in, let's say the steel plant in Delridge decides to move down to Soto, do we have those types of understanding? What is this based off of?
Right. So they would you test what the noise is at the exterior noise level is.
Sure.
So I think, do a 24-hour noise study. You have a microphone out there and figure out what the decibel average and peak decibel levels are. And then the project engineers would design a project to dampen that noise down to 45 decibels.
Okay, so let's take that out the next step of the project is built, and then a new industry comes in next door and it changes that. Is there an enforcement mechanism to require additional insulation to reduce it down to 45, or are we just kind of out of luck because the original study didn't take into consideration all potential variables?
This code language would apply at the time of designing the project.
So if the industrial district changes and it becomes louder, industrial uses are not quiet, then this is ineffective, essentially, because it's all about the current state at design.
Yes, although I will note that it is a very noisy area today.
100%. And it could be louder, and that's the point that I make in industrial zones. I will just make the point again that this project could be built today if those housing units were hotel units. Councilmember Saka, through Council President to you, I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this one. The intention is absolutely spot on, but I've got about 100 more questions like that I've just asked Lish, and I'm not going to make everyone sit through my hour-long briefing. So thank you for, seriously though, your intention is really good on this.
I'm not seeing anybody else whose hand is raised. I'll just simply say that I appreciate that the homes, the area that we're talking about here this is a departure from how other areas of the urban industrial zone is treated. I'm thinking about Georgetown with all those planes flying above. But I did reach out to our coalition partners who don't have big heartburn about this amendment, and also one of the property managers that will be building this, and did not mention any concern about additional cost, et cetera. So I am prepared to support this amendment. Are there further comments? All right. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of Amendment D?
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
No.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
It's 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
The motion carries and Amendment D is adopted. Are there further comments on the bill as amended?
Yes.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment E.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment E. Central staff, will you please provide an overview before Councilmember Saka addresses it?
Most of the streets in the Stadium Transition Area Overlay District are major truck streets, which means that they've been designated with freight as a priority. This amendment would say that along those major truck streets, residential parking, garage entrances and exits are not allowed, except if no other option is available. I think that's, yeah.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. So, colleagues, during my own community engagement process over the last couple months, I heard very specific concerns that housing development would detrimentally impact freight and cargo mobility and the port's ability to move cargo. This amendment addresses that concern, at least in part, ensuring that we protect this industrial area by adding a condition that prohibits access to off-street parking and loading facilities from the area's major truck streets, it's a defined term, such as First Avenue South, Edgar Martinez Drive, South Royal Brom Way, Colorado, Holgate, Atlantic. Unaffected streets directly abutting this property would be Occidental, so therefore would be allowed for loading zones, parking access, et cetera, would be Occidental, Massachusetts, and Utah. This will unavoidably and invariably reduce conflicts between residential traffic and freight traffic and reduce congestion on those major truck streets, protecting the freight corridor. Will it eliminate the conflicts? No. But it goes great strides towards reducing those. And this amendment will help ensure exactly that happens. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. Through you to Councilmember Saka. Again, directionally correct. You've got the set of parameters that we're dealing within. A better result would be to have SDOT do the transportation and OPCD doing the transportation study that was requested during the 2023 Industrial Maritime Land process. A better result, and Council President, through you to Councilmember Saka, you already have ensured that the SDOT levy dollars are going to connect the port to I-90 and I-5. I think a better outcome would be to get them to do that work ahead of taking this vote. My concern is that while directionally correct, this is actually a bad amendment. And the reason I say it's a bad amendment is because in legislation, we are stating where curb cuts and curb ramps could or could not be. Legislation and the Seattle Municipal Code is the hardest thing to change. This level of detail and input is much better when looking at the whole system. When doing that study, when doing the spot and corridor improvements, because what's to say we don't make a change on the major truck street that prioritizes freight getting from the port to the interstate? But then we can't put curb cuts there, right? And like that's why I say, colleagues, we are all getting ahead of ourselves on this. There are so many fine and nuanced details that need to be attended to that through this process we are rushing across. And so I appreciate where you're coming from on this, and I think that this is actually a bad amendment.
Additional comments? Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I'd just like to have Lish and Councilmember Strauss be able to address that concern. Thank you.
So I will state that currently in the Stadium District overlay, there is a restriction on curb cuts. There's a limit of 3 curb cuts per block on each north-south street and 2 curb cuts per block on each east-west street. It is not uncommon to have code requirements about where curb cuts can be located.
Does that satisfy your question?
Well, I'd also, if I may, like Councilmember Strauss to be able to, not Strauss, excuse me, Councilmember Saka to address Councilmember Strauss's concerns.
You're welcome to. I would like to, I'll weigh in after you if you would like.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Yes, so appreciate the feedback, Councilmember Strauss. You know, I value and appreciate our relationship, our collaborations that we do here at the dais, publicly in front of everybody to see, and then behind the scenes too. That's where most important of the work happens. And I do respectfully disagree that, and I owe you a drink or something later, Lish. I didn't like, I respectfully disagree on principle without even having like the awareness and background, the context to know that like it's actually not a non-standard thing, double negative. It's not, this is not out of the ordinary. Just because knowing what I know now.
Try to speak into the mic, I'm hearing.
Because knowing what I know now, pardon me, thank you. Because knowing what I know now, I do know that codes and ordinances, legislation such as this, is intentionally intended as a general proposition to be very specific and have, and the prolixity of a code is intended to be very specific. So, but again, I didn't have to say that because we learned that this is not particularly non-standard. So, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
So I will
Council
be.
President?
One moment, please. I will be voting. I will be opposing this simply because I am concerned about the impacts on Occidental, which is envisioned in the Stadium District to be more pedestrian friendly. And I'm concerned that if we preclude cars going in and out from First, where there are already curb cuts that are allowed for in the existing code, then that will put a lot of traffic precisely in the area which is envisioned to be friendly for pedestrians, not only residents of the housing there, but also people that will be passing by and visiting the small maker spaces. Councilmember Strauss.
Don't worry, it's easy. I'm Norwegian and Swedish, Finnish. I don't understand why everyone's getting confused. I just want to say that regarding my comments earlier about process and amendments, while it is legal and within council rules to bring amendments in this fashion, it doesn't help transparency and it doesn't help collaboration. What you're seeing from me right now is me getting the information about these amendments in real time. And that is what I mean, Council President, when I say that the process has been set up to sow division and not collaboration amongst colleagues. Thank you.
That is ascribing an intent in how I set up this process that is not the case. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you. So I do have a question, I guess, directed to Councilmember Saka. So there's some discussion about doing a street vacation along Occidental to make that a pedestrian pathway where the housing is proposed to go. So were you aware of that when you were bringing forth this amendment? I understand the thinking, and I'm 100% supportive of what you're trying to accomplish, but just wondering if you were aware of that, how you anticipate people, if there is a street vacation for pedestrian access, how you anticipate people accessing parking? Are we maybe looking at not providing parking? Just
If I may.
Go ahead, Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Moore, for your question. I was aware of that possibility when drafting this, but my main goal was to help resolve and address and mitigate and reduce some of those injuries, serious injuries and deaths as a result of some of the inevitable conflicts with respect to freight cargo mobility in the area. And you know, this would be new residences. And for me, that was a more compelling rationale and justification. And anyways, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. My understanding is if there is a street vacation on Occidental, while I appreciate your intent, Councilmember Saka, I want to say for the record that I really appreciate all the amendments that you brought. For that matter, Council President and Councilmember Moore brought to try to mitigate for the impacts of the legislation before us. And I really appreciate the due diligence that you took. On this particular one, because of that street vacation anticipated on Occidental, which I support, you know, the pedestrian street in that particular location, I think that this particular amendment would have an adverse impact given that. And so for that reason, I won't be supporting this particular one, but it's not because I don't appreciate what you're trying to do. So thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. This just gets more interesting by the moment in this committee, I gotta say. Did I just hear that we are going to be, I was gonna bring this up as a rhetorical question later on in my speech. Is there a proposal to vacate Occidental Street in this section? I've heard it said 3 times now, but this is the first time I'm hearing this.
Massachusetts.
And is this the same street vacation that was voted down a decade ago?
I know
because my best guess is that the next step after passing this bill is that we'll be confronted with a street vacation.
For my part, that is not part of this legislation. That is certainly not part of my intent. When I was talking about a friendly pedestrian environment, I was talking about because it is a narrow street, and that is where the shop fronts will be facing Occidental, but I never said anything about a street vacation.
I heard it 3 times, and so I'm wondering where it's coming from.
Would you like to go ahead?
Sure, I can address that. So when I went on the walking tour of the Stadium District, I believe Councilmember Hollingsworth joined me, and I think a comment was made. I don't know whether it was sort of offhanded or not, but anyway, there was a comment made about, so you're going to need a street vacation here based on the housing, to which the answer was, yeah, we might pursue that. And then if you look at the designs that have been submitted, it does show a pedestrian walkway. One set of designs show a pedestrian walkway for that piece, bordering Edgar Martinez, and then driving on the block south of that. So, you know, it's not before us today, but It was mentioned. I don't think it's something I want to hide. We really ought to have everything out in the open, actually. Thank you.
Council President, I've got more comments. Council President.
One moment, please. I appreciate that when we're talking with some stakeholders and supporters, we hear information, but this is outside of the legislation at hand, and street vacations take quite a long time to even approve, and certainly when it has the historical, well, let's just say the history of this particular area. So I would respectfully request that people focus on the legislation that is before us and make decision about the merits of the project that it will facilitate. And when we can address information that is provided kind of on a hearsay manner in later. Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. We all love union-built housing. We love anything union-built. We love affordable housing. We love makerspace. We want to see our smallest manufacturers thrive. What I don't love is being sold something that I'm not being sold something else than what I'm actually being told. If the next step from here is an alley vacation, this isn't about affordable housing or union-built anything. This is back to 2016, about a whole different conversation. I was bringing it up, I was going to bring it up as a joke. Please, decorum. I was going to bring it up as a joke that the next thing that we would see is an alley or street vacation. The fact that it's already being considered, it's already being discussed, and that I know that SDOT
Members will not impugn the motives of other members here.
I'm not
Please
I'm not imputing the motives of anyone on this dais. I'm not impugning the motives of anyone in these chambers. But what I'm saying is that I know that SDOT has a street vacation proposal written up. And it's been sitting on the shelf and it's ready to go anytime. And if this conversation is a precursor to that, then the outcome of passing this legislation is piecemealing together a deal that was rejected.
As the sponsor, I can assure you that is not the case. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. And apologies if I saw the same, I went on the same walking tour. So the remark about a potential in the future, I did not mean to create confusion. We're not looking at that now. Actually, we don't have anything before us now. But if there were something contemplated like that in the future, then this would have an impact. It's the only reason I brought that up. So I wanted to clarify it for the record, that there is nothing before us of that nature. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify, there was never, this was sort of an off-the-cuff remark. So, anyway, just to clarify, off-the-cuff remark.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, it's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment F, E, excuse me. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
No.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
No.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
No.
Council President Nelson?
No.
That's 2 in favor, 7 opposed.
The motion fails. Are there any other comments on the legislation before us? Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment F.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment F. Central staff, will you please provide an overview before Councilmember Saka can address it?
Yes, as you have heard, there are impacts to living in the stadium district. There are noise, potential liquefaction impacts, etc. This amendment would require that there be signs around residential projects declaring those impacts so that anyone living in the area or thinking about living in the area will understand the impacts that they might experience.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. So, colleagues, this amendment, again, addresses some very specific concerns that those seeking to move in this neighborhood may not be aware of the inherent risks that come with living in an industrial zone. So at its core, this amendment is about three things. It's about boosting transparency, providing enhanced disclosures, and strengthening helpful notices, all with the helpful goal of better facilitating a shared understanding of the unique opportunity and associated risks pertaining to this project. It would require clear and conspicuous notices that there are risks of living in the stadium district through signage in visible locations such as lobbies, leasing offices, and main entrances of the building. The signage would explicitly acknowledge that this historic neighborhood is and will remain in and around an industrial area. That isn't changing, nor should it. Those who choose to live in this area, this historic neighborhood with liquefaction-prone soils, should be aware that there are inherent risks to living in this neighborhood. And we have one vehicle for doing that, a covenant that runs with the land, that runs in perpetuity. That's important. As a now non-practicing lawyer, I wrote a lot of contracts, including covenants, and I'll admit, I don't always read them myself. And even when you do read them, those legal disclosures and documents and contracts and legal provisions, they're easy to forget and easy to avoid, out of sight, out of mind. But the signage requirement poses an obligation on the property owner, not the city, to post signs that make crystal clear those things that I mentioned earlier. And again, this is all about boosting transparency, providing better disclosures, and strengthening notices. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from colleagues?
Yes. Madam President?
Go ahead, please.
Quick question. This is for you, Lish. When we look at Amendment C, acquiring the covenants so the builders and tenants acknowledge they understand they're in a liquefaction zone. Amendment F seems to double down on that. So I'm wondering, given Amendment C has already passed, do we need Amendment F?
Yeah. Amendment C would normally be effectuated through terms in a lease. This amendment would actually have signage at a building. So it would most likely be more prominent than what would occur as a result of Amendment C.
All right. So just to follow up with that, again, using the example of my property. If I were ever to rent out my property, I would have to disclose, or should disclose, that it's in a soil liquefaction area, high peat area, and what I did mention before is that following the 2001, the Nisqually quake, actually had to have 24 pin piles put around the foundation of my house to stabilize it to prevent it from sinking any further, because my house did sink about 6 inches on the south side. Fortunately, everything is level now. But, and again, it gets to someone occupying these spaces would acknowledge the kind of area that they're in. And that's why I'm wondering if they're acknowledging up front that they know they're in a liquefaction area, and the building is designed as such to mitigate any kind of damage from, earthquake or liquefaction or whatever the case may be. If that's already acknowledged by the fact that they're moving in, is signing then really required?
That's a policy choice for you to decide.
Oh, thanks, man.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Council President. Lish, can you also possibly explain where the number 3 came? Why not 50 signs, 100? Where did like 3 signs come in?
That was the sponsor's decision.
So there's nothing in our Seattle Municipal Code, SDCI, that says a building has to have 3 signs. It's just a number that we chose. Not we, but the sponsor, excuse me. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that question?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Council President. So the choice was made because that sets the floor, not the ceiling. And so the idea is that there would be a minimum of 3 signs, at least 3 signs, in clear and conspicuous locations that are open, accessible, and readily available for all to see. And so if there's at least 3, then they're obviously free to add more signs if they so choose, but at least 3 is the intent there. And if I may address Councilmember Solomon's earlier line of questioning, Madam Council President. So one could, I agree, it is principally a policy decision on whether this is truly needed. I happen to think it is needed, hence I drafted it, and I'm the amendment author here. I think this is the belt and suspenders approach. Some would argue, oh, just the belt is fine, sufficient. I think given the very unique set of circumstances in the liquefaction zone, this is industrial lands, outlier, I hope, for housing and industrial lands. And paired with my practical example earlier is that, like, look, I'm a lawyer, non-practicing today, but I don't always read every single provision in every single contract, or even read every single contract that's put in front of me. And I certainly don't remember the specific provisions. So this is, again, another analogy way to think of this is the covenants is a belt, this is the suspenders. To make crystal clear, for the avoidance of doubt, let it be known. Thank you.
Okay. We are heading up to, I see your hand, and I want to note that it is 5:20, and we do have folks that are probably interested in getting home to families and kids, in addition to staff who also need to take breaks. So after we vote on this, is this your last, Councilmember Saka? I believe this is the last, nope. Okay, well, just so everybody knows, I will call for a 5-minute recess once we have completed Councilmember Saka's amendments, in case you were wondering. Go ahead, Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you. And to answer the question about why was 3 chosen, Schoolhouse Rock teaches us that 3 is a magic number. Much like how a bill becomes a law, with a process that should include everyone who the decision is being made about to be at the table. Because even in the case of today's conversation, more information has come to light to me that gives me even greater concern. At the end of today's process, before we go to a vote, I will ask for a delay until next Monday. I suggest that we get through the amendments today, because this is being treated as a committee meeting rather than a full council meeting. And so I will ask at the end for a delay of 1 week. But to get to the question at hand, this is the difference between a peat bog and SODO is that there's no actual, under the peat bog, there is actual bedrock way below. There's actual soil very below. But because of the decompensation of the peat at a different rate than typical soil, that's how you have, and the water that is contained within the peat, that's how you have the settling. What we have underneath the till of Seattle that has been poured into Elliott Bay, what is under that fill is water. That's the difference in the liquefaction. It's the same in Inner Bay. That's why, while I would love to build housing next to the market there at the old armory, it's a bad idea because the 1936 aerial photo of the area shows water there less than 100 years ago. And that's the difference for me about liquefaction generally and liquefaction in this specific place that are the 2 blocks, 2 stoplights, the few blocks between the port and the interstates that connect us to the rest of the world. I am, again, through you, Council President, to the sponsor, directionally correct. We shouldn't be building in a liquefaction zone, and if we are, they should be aware. But for me, this feels like we are making a policy decision today, and then that is saying we are making a policy decision today to allow housing to be built in a liquefaction zone, and then sticking a sign on the front door that says, you know your rights, you can't sue us. Again, I will leave for the record today, this same project with the same number of units that people can sleep in could be built today without a legislative change if they were hotels.
One last comment, Councilmember Rivera, then we'll go for a vote.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Lish, can you remind me, I know you worked on industrial lands in New York as well, in Dumbo. And for those, and there's a lot of noise and it's industrial lands. Were there signs there? And I think for that matter, Georgetown and Soto have industrial lands as well, housing on industrial lands as well. Are there signs there? Did we legislate? I guess that's the question.
No, we don't legislate this for other areas, and I don't recall that New York City requires it.
Thank you, Lish. I appreciate that.
Closing words.
Pardon me?
Can I call for a vote now?
Oh, sure. If I may, as a amendment author,
Go ahead, yeah.
close this out. Yeah, again, colleagues, I ask for your support. Again, given the very unique nature of this project, you know, this is a scenario where I think it is perfectly appropriate to do something non-standard, and because a lot's at stake. So again, this is the belt and suspenders approach. I humbly ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment F?
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth? No. Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
That is 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
The motion carries. Amendment F is adopted. All right, if there's, no, I'm going to go through, excuse me, my notes. My script says we're going to go into a recess, but we will go ahead and proceed to Amendment G. Are there any comments? Go ahead.
I move to amend Council Bill 120933 as specifically presented on Amendment G.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go forward with Amendment G. Would you please go ahead and present it as listed on the agenda as Amendment G? Go ahead, please,
All right.
Lish.
So a standard effective date for an ordinance is 30 days after the mayor signs it, which would put, if the council votes to approve this legislation today, would make it effective towards the end of April. And this amendment would state that the effective date is June 30th instead.
Go ahead. You may address your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Again, we talked about this in the earlier procedural vote, but this amendment is designed to address some specific feedback. and elements of the feedback around the pending uncertainty pertaining to the U.S. Coast Guard's record decision that the latest date we've heard via public testimony is anticipated release date of that is April 30th. And so this would extend it by 2 months to allow, with the goal of allowing more time, more planning to, should this bill pass, to adjust and sort of figure out what all this means. So again, this is another way of doing it, like saying this, it's a built-in mechanism to enable more planning. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera and then Moore. Or Councilmember, okay, yours is old. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Council President. So I would address this question. However, Councilmember Saka, what exactly does this mean? So we get the Coast Guard report and they're going to keep the facility. I mean, how does that affect what happens with the housing if this amendment goes through? How does that change anything, knowing what's going to happen at the Coast Guard?
You're welcome to respond.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Moore. How does it change everything? It allows more, it wouldn't delay or kill or substantially delay the construction of this Makers District. What it would do, and again, it's provided and authored to address some specific concerns that I heard, and we heard here again today, about the uncertainty of that decision and what that means. So generally, it's widely understood that the United States Coast Guard is going to expand in their terminal to some degree. What's currently unknown is the scope of that expansion, and then the timeline of when that's, we think the latest estimate is April 30th. So it would allow members from the port to extra time to figure out what it means from their perspective. But it wouldn't significantly, and it's not intended to significantly delay or impede the construction of the project at issue here.
Seeing no further questions, go ahead. Please be brief.
Council President, are you asking me to limit my comments?
No, I'm not. I'm suggesting that that we need to get through these items.
Council President, a process could have been set up that would have avoided this very circumstance.
Please go ahead and make your comments.
Thank you. The package of amendments before us today in total demonstrates that there are problems with this proposal. The amendments in this package in total demonstrate acknowledgement by council members that there are issues with the proposal before us. This amendment is good. And it demonstrates in writing that the council members up here voting do not have full information on all of the variables that are impacting these very few square blocks. It's the exact same reasoning I asked for a delay, almost verbatim. And I'll support this, but I don't know what it would change. And what I mean by that is, let's say the Coast Guard comes back and says we're expanding. Then that means each of these cranes that we can see from the dais that are millions of dollars to install and required trained and skilled operators to move the tools that we build buildings with from Harbor Freight, and we buy those Harbor Freight tools every other week because they break too quickly. I mean, if they don't expand, and that says that we are going to continue using these multi-million-dollar cranes to import the goods that build our buildings and and we send it to feed the folks in Southeast Alaska. If they don't expand, does that mean that we're going to come back and make a different decision? These are the questions that I wrestle with, because again, I think that this is correct because it demonstrates that we have more information to receive, because not all decisions, we haven't even talked about WASCA today. I guess if somebody's got a bingo card out there, we might now. But I just say, what would be different? Let's say the Coast Guard doesn't expand and we keep our Terminal 46 operating, moving goods in and out of the country. Does that mean that we're going to come back and change the proposal before us? That's what I'm struggling with. Thank you, Council President.
Do you have any closing remarks? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of Amendment G?
Councilmember Strauss?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
It's 7 in favor, 2 opposed.
The motion carries. Amendment G is adopted. And we will, before going on to our next amendments, it is 5:30. We will take I'm going to push it to 7 minutes so that people can get to the restroom. We will take a recess until
Council
5.
I'd say we just keep going.
Thank you very much for that.
Let's get done.
We will take a brief break until 5:40. We're in recess now. Thank you.
Doesn't she have to say if you object?
If there are council members in their offices who can hear me, please come back to the chambers. We are going to take roll and resume our meeting. Yeah.
Council President, I'll be right back. Well, we do have quorum. We can resume the meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Strauss. Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Here.
Councilmember Kettle. Councilmember Moore.
Present.
Councilmember Rink. Councilmember Rivera.
Present.
Councilmember Saka.
Here.
Councilmember Solomon. Council President Nelson.
Present.
7 present.
Thank you. I will announce other members as they return. Okay, we stopped after voting on Amendment G, and now we are on Amendment H. Are there any comments on the legislation, or are there any council members who would like to present an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember President. I'd like to move Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment H.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment H. Central staff, will you please provide an overview before Councilmember Moore addresses it?
Okay. As you all know, the Council Bill 120933 would allow housing as a conditional use in the Stadium District. This would state that areas in the district west of First Avenue, the areas closest to the port facilities, would not be allowed to have housing. Housing would be allowed as a conditional use east of First Avenue.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Council President. So I, too, had some concerns about this legislation based on what the comments that I had heard from opponents. Was concerned about the elimination of the 200-foot buffer zone. Looked at whether it would be possible to maintain that and still allow for the important housing to be developed, and it did not appear that that was going to be possible. However, it does appear possible for the project to go forward and also maintain a buffer zone west of First Avenue South, running the length of the Stadium District. So that's from Holgate all the way up through South King Street. I would note that at the moment, this does not affect the Wasca area because that is zoned MML. However, should at any point that zoning change, this would provide additional protection for the Wasca area. So for those reasons, I would ask for my colleagues' support.
Are there any questions or comments? All right. Councilmember Strauss.
Council President, thank you. Through you to the bill sponsor, your intent with this is correct. And I think that it gets at the root of the issue. I'll just state the same facts that I stated at the end of the last amendment, which is that the package of amendments that we have been voting on demonstrates the awareness of council members on the dais that this project has flaws. And I will also state again, if we were not talking about housing units and we were talking about hotel units, hotel rooms, this project could have been built as soon as that industrial maritime lands package was passed in '23. So to the sponsor, I appreciate this. I'll be voting no. I did hear about this one on Friday, which is the earliest of all of the amendments that I've heard about. But again, this goes back to the process that the council president has set up for us. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the, well, I do want to say that I appreciate you thinking about this legislation very, very thoroughly, Councilmember Moore, and you and I spoke at length about this amendment when you were bringing it forward, and I will be in support of this, so thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment H?
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
That's 6 in favor, 3 opposed.
The motion carries. Amendment H is adopted. Are there further comments on the bill as amended?
Thank you, Council President. I would like to move Council Bill 120933 as presented on Amendment 1, Version 2, which was distributed and emailed this morning.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Will Central Staff please go through and present the amendment, please, and then Councilmember Moore can speak to it.
This amendment would add one more criteria to determining whether or not housing would be permitted in the district. It would state that an application must include an agreement stating that the development has not used city funding and will not use city funding and will not seek city funding for the construction of the project, maintenance of the project, or any environmental remediation of the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I do note that I amended it this morning in response to Councilmember Saka's amendment about the covenant requiring maintenance of the project to run indefinitely. So that is that's the only change to this. The reason that I have brought this amendment is because one of the, benefits or advantages of this project is that it is going to be funded all with private money. And we are going to get a significant amount of housing and a significant amount of affordable housing without having to further burden our taxpayers. But I wanted to be clear that in fact was the reality, not just a promise that was later not upheld. And I think it's important, given the private benefit that is also accruing from this project, to ensure that no city money goes into it, particularly with concern around the significant environmental remediation costs that I anticipate will be part of this, getting this development ready to proceed. So it's just additional protection for the city. And I would ask for my colleagues' support.
I fully support this amendment because you're right, it does highlight the unique nature of the opportunity before us. We do have a property owner who is going to be developing this housing that is required to be affordable. 50% of it has to be affordable at 60 to 90% of the area median income, and the property owner, the development will also be providing for accessible, affordable workspaces, and this is because of the fact that this is not this is a private development, and it is good to also get in writing that so that the people that are looking at this years from now recognize that this is a unique situation, and the city is not being. We are not investing public resources into this project. Are there further questions or comments? Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President, and through you to the sponsor of the amendment. Again, thank you for the intent of this. I'll be voting no again today. This feels like us saying it's okay to build affordable housing there despite the problems that we know to exist with liquefaction and pollution. And if that doesn't happen, then even though we've allowed it, that we shouldn't use public dollars. It feels that if we are at a point where we are saying public dollars should not be used to build affordable housing here, then why are we building housing here? Especially, I'm just going to say it again. I think everyone's going to repeat it with me at the end of this meeting. This project could be built if the housing was hotels today without a legislative change. And so I'll be opposing this because at the base of it, if we're saying that we shouldn't be using our city money on this project, then should this project of housing, the housing portion, again, maker space, all supportive, all of this other work, we're all very supportive of it. It is the difference between a hotel unit and a housing unit. Thank you.
Additional comments? Okay, this is amendment letter I, and will the clerk please call the roll?
Council President,
Go
may I
ahead,
respond
please.
to that?
Yes?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, this isn't about, we shouldn't, the individual who is going to be developing this property is a multimillionaire and is going to receive a fair amount of benefit from this, as are many other people. You know, the workers and people who, the 60 and 80% AMI people who are going to be able to live there. But there is going to be a significant private benefit. And one of the, how do I say, one of the pitches was that no public money would need to go into providing affordable housing because of the benefit that was going to the private developer. And we need to use our public dollars where we don't have people standing up with a lot of resources to say, I will build this public housing. We have so much need for public housing across this city that we need to utilize those dollars where we can, save those where we don't have this offer. Additionally, I would note that MHA also uses private development dollars to fund public housing. So I don't know, but I also don't want all this private benefit to be subsidized by public dollars. So it isn't about that the city shouldn't be using it because there are problems with it. It's that we can better utilize our resources, which are limited and for which we have great need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am not seeing any other hands raised, so will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment I?
Councilmember Strauss?
No.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
That's 6 in favor, 3 opposed.
Thank you very much. The motion carries. Amendment I, version 2 is adopted. Are there further comments on the bill as amended? We now have the amended base legislation before us. Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. This has been a revealing meeting. I have learned things that I didn't know before. And I say that because the public should, and all council members should have come into this meeting, a decision-making meeting with full information. I was very surprised. I mean, candidly inserted a joke into my talking points about the street vacation. And to come to find out that that's a real proposal before us right now is unnerving. The basic fact that this project, as proposed, could be built if the housing units were hotel units is something that my best guess is that nobody on the dais knew before today. And we've had a number of amendments come up. We've had a lot of robust discussion. And typically, this level of work would occur from a process standpoint. So from a process standpoint, when we have central staff briefing us on amendments, we're having discussion, we take votes. That happens in committee. This bill didn't go to the Land Use Committee. My suggestion today is that we have all the amendments attached to the bill and that we take the final vote next week. So with that, I propose to postpone Council Bill 120933 until March 25th, 2025.
Second.
You have your hand up, Councilmember Kettle.
Sorry, Council President, my hand was up for the, just before the vote remarks.
Okay. Colleagues, I would strongly request a no on the motion to further delay this legislation. We have 1 week will not, in my mind, make any difference in the outcome here. We've spent a lot of time learning about these amendments and learning more about the proposal for the Stadium Makers District. And I think that we are all together at the dais, all 9 of us right now, and we owe it to not just the people who came to this meeting and have sat through hours and hours and hours of discussion, not just to the people who might benefit from the housing that is facilitated by the passage of this legislation, or to the small businesses that will benefit from from incentivizing the construction of affordable and accessible small maker spaces to keep these people in town and providing jobs and opportunities for entrepreneurs like themselves. We also owe it to each other. We owe it to each other because we have all put in a lot of work right now leading up to this moment. And discussion about this was introduced on January 9th, and we had our first discussion on January 24th, and then a public hearing, and there has been, and then a committee vote, a 3-2 committee vote, and here we are now ready to make a decision. And while the information is still fresh in our minds, I would recommend, please, or request, please, to vote no to the motion to delay so that we can finish this very important work that we have before us in the midst of a housing affordability crisis and the fact that we are losing small businesses 2 to 3 a month. So anyway, will the clerk please call the roll on the
Council
motion
President,
to...
you have hands raised.
Excuse me, Council President.
Councilmember Moore.
Okay, thank you. So just directing through you my comment to Councilmember Strauss, which is what would be gained by continuing the vote on this for another week?
Thank you. Council President, may I?
You may respond.
Yes, through you to the entire body, because we were just I was having that conversation with myself, right? What are we going to gain? And what we're going to gain is some clarity. What we received in writing today was a statement that the port is interested in purchasing this property. What will we gain? We have the ability to ask SDOT, what is your actual plan for the area? What are we going to gain? We're going to gain to make sure that beyond just an email that was passed out, that was printed, that there are in fact no additional legal concerns that have been, we were delivered those additional legal concerns 15, 20 minutes before this meeting started, and we haven't had those discussions. What else will it gain? We have let me get to the outcome. The outcome doesn't change anything, because we hung an amendment to this bill that says the effective date is June 30th. And so we typically, a bill becomes effective 30 days after passage. Because we have put a date certain on the effective date, it doesn't change anything within the bill. And so this is not about me. This is not about owing it to our colleagues. This is about owing it to the public, because we are stewards on behalf of a public system and a public process. And if as a council member I'm learning new information about this proposal on the dais, then that means that the public also doesn't have full information. I was taught that when someone is going to rush something, there is something that could be hidden. And so the question back is, if we have an effective date of June 30th, then what do we have to lose by taking time to make sure that we have the right decision? Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I want to lend my voice to yours in that I do not support further delay. I would not characterize this as a rush. We've been talking about this since before January, actually, because you had a panel that occurred before January to start these conversations. So it is now March 18th. The port is within its right and can approach the property owner to purchase the property. That won't change if we pass this legislation today. There is no, in terms of, like I said earlier, as to the legal advice that my colleague raised again, we all have received the same legal advice. I have no concerns about moving forward. I can't say more than that, obviously. I feel that, I agree with my colleague in terms of the public and what we owe the public. They've come here multiple times to testify on this bill. They've taken time off of work to come down here to testify and give public comment. We had a public hearing. We did all the things that we would have done for any legislation that we're looking at. And I don't think it serves the public, our constituents, and this body to delay when there is no different outcome in terms of more information that we would have. We received all the information. We've all talked to central staff. I know I had conversations with Lish about the particular amendments that our colleagues proffered, which I thought were actually in response to a lot of what they heard from the stakeholders involved. The amendments were directly to address that. So I really think we need to take a vote. And, again, appreciate everyone who gave public comment and weighed in during this entire process. It's important. I'm glad that they did. I'm glad that they showed up. And I am mindful that this is a difficult decision. But just because it's a difficult decision, I don't think we should delay or postpone making it. That's not a good reason to do so. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. And it is my opinion that we should not make decisions based on the hearsay or rumor that the project, that the property may change ownership. That is something that is between the owner and the potential buyer. We do not have concrete information about that. It is my understanding the last time I talked to a representative of the, and I understand that several of you have recently, that there is not currently interest to sell the property. But regardless, I want to remind folks that the Building Trades has signed a letter of intent from the Hanson Group committing to a project labor agreement. They've also signed an addendum saying that that commitment will be binding on future owners, the port or whoever, if it is ever sold, as long as it is tied to housing. In other words, as long as this legislation for housing in the Stadium District passes. If we all want more housing and workforce housing, then this is the opportunity right now. There are also, Unite Here has also signed a memorandum of agreement that ensures that hotel employees will be unionized. SEIU Local 6 has signed a letter of intent from the Hanson Group committing to the use of, to use union security officers and janitors, and they have signed an addendum that will also require that that commitment carry forward no matter who the property owner is, as long as housing is, as long as the housing as proposed in this piece of legislation goes forward. And so to Councilmember Strauss's point that, well, maybe the port wants to buy the property, we need to make decisions based on current facts that we have at hand, and that is, again, why I believe that nothing will change between now and next week, or very little will change between now and next week if that, you know, we haven't even done roll, et cetera. And that is why we have to act today. Go ahead, proceed.
Council President, for all of the reasons that you just listed, of all of the unions that would be involved in the project, that all could stay the same if the housing units were hotel units. I think that it is beneficial for public transparency if we wait a week to take the final vote now that all of the amendments are hung, because a way to undercut transparency with the public is to publish an amendment the same day or the day before a final vote is taken, because people don't have the ability to interact. And so, Council President, to you, to the colleagues that have spoken about why we should not delay, it is apparent to me that your decisions are, your minds are made up, and that's okay. But for anyone who may not be, who may be interested to know the answers to some of the questions raised today, I would share, we should wait a week. Even if all of your questions have been answered, to take the week so that the public can catch up to where we are, because this is about transparency. Thank you.
Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to postpone?
Councilmember Strauss?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
No.
Councilmember Rink?
Aye.
Councilmember Rivera?
No.
Councilmember Saka?
No.
Councilmember Solomon?
No.
Council President Nelson?
No.
That's 4 in favor, 5 opposed.
The motion is defeated. Okay. Moving on. Now is the opportunity to talk about the base legislation at hand. So I invite council members to raise your hands if you would like to make comments. Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Council President. For everyone here who remembers the committee meeting, I've asked Councilmember Hollingsworth to hit me if I get anywhere close to the general recommended time for council members to speak. Again, thank you for everyone who's come out today. Just brief remarks, just 2 pages. Our nation needs the Port of Seattle. It's of great geostrategic interest. I have spoken before of the LA fires, and if they went south over the LA Long Beach ports, they would have needed us, our nation would have needed us. And I'm also reminded of our experience during the pandemic. Our state needs the Port of Seattle. It's of great economic interest, confirmed by the state legislatures, to include like entirely Seattle delegation, local governments and businesses throughout the state. Our city needs the Port of Seattle. It's of great budgetary interest. It's a key revenue source, year in, year out, decade in, decade out, and really century in and century out. But it's a key revenue source in the face of severe fiscal headwinds. Our city needs the Port of Seattle, yes, but also, and very importantly, the Port of Seattle needs the city of Seattle, which is of great mutual support interests. The port is a discretionary port in a cutthroat shipping industry. The 2023 Industrial Maritime legislation addressed this and was the basis of the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan approach to the industrial maritime lands. I've asked before, what is the maritime industrial impact statement of this bill? What is the impact of our freight program from the Seattle Transportation Plan and the levy? The port needs the city to honor its commitment in the 2023 Industrial and Maritime Act. Yes, our city needs affordable housing. But in an industrial zone, I find interesting, just a week ago today, there was an article in the New York Times that the headline was, EPA plans to close all environmental justice offices. It starts, the Trump administration intends to eliminate Environmental Protection Agency offices responsible for addressing the disproportionately high levels of pollution facing poor communities, according to a memo from Lee Zeldin, the agency administrator. The New York Times article then says in paragraph 3, Mr. Zeldin's move effectively ends 3 decades of work at the EPA to try to ease the pollution that burdens poor and minority communities, which are frequently located near highways, power plants, industrial plants, and other polluting facilities. Studies have shown that people who live in these communities have higher rates of asthma, heart disease, and other health problems compared to the national average. So we could talk about the FEIS, but I read that and I understand that, and I'm like, there's a disconnect between what the EPA's been trying to do for over 3 decades and this piece of legislation. It almost hints that, in a way, that we're aligned with the Trump administration. That's concerning to me. Our city needs affordable housing, but in a liquefaction zone. As I mentioned earlier, the F in the FEIS truly stands for flawed, and as I noted, it also gives a failing grade because it doesn't address, as I noted before, the Coast Guard Pier 46 decision just to our west, the impact of the Amtrak BNSF on South Holgate Street, just south of proposed upzone, really a spot rezone, the Soto wet weather treatment facility covering 4 CSOs, combined sewer stormwater outflows, right along the east channel of the Duwamish River, right there at the location of what we're talking about. And 2 of the CSOs are right astride of the spot rezone, which is incredible to think about. So why would we want to put so many at risk for an earthquake or tsunami? Have we learned the lessons of Hurricane Katrina and other disasters? Our city needs to embrace our status as a major port city with a beautiful natural deep water port, which is basically what the comp plan does. The Industrial Maritime Act is phase 1 of the comprehensive plan, which is our housing plan. It understands the points that we've been making. I would note, kind of like my colleague has noted, amendments presented today really acknowledge many of my reasons to be in opposition to this bill. But I would add, they don't fix the bill. So to close, I am reminded of my conversation recently with former Council President Deborah Juarez on this bill. She noted a few things. First, the fact pattern of this bill is the same as 10 years ago. The same as 10 years ago. And if you move forward 10 years ago, it's likely going to be the same. It's kind of like the street vacation point that came up in this meeting. That lines up with that fact pattern that former Council President Deborah Juarez said to me. But she also noted, and I agree, that this isn't about labor versus business, but rather it's about our culture and our heritage. That's what we are. We are a maritime port city. We should remember that. So I just want to close with Deborah's quote, quite famous at the time, a decade ago. You can always build an arena. Interesting, by the way, with the vacation point. You can build 3 arenas. You can build them anywhere. But you cannot build another deep water port. And with that, with all respect to those that are in favor of this bill, I will be voting no. Thank you very much. Council President?
Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. I chose to vote no on all of the amendments today out of principle that I explained earlier. That limited time to consult with our union partners, folks at the port, the constituents that have weighed in to date. We have received hundreds of emails on this. We've received 9 letters, 1 letter of a bipartisan faction of 30 state legislators, including much of the Seattle delegation, and some of our biggest housing, environmental, and labor champions like Representative Nicole Macri, Representative Julia Reed, Representative Sharon Tomiko Santos, Representative Liz Berry, Representative Davina Dewar, and Representative Chapalo Street, all flagging their concerns with the project as proposed. And I don't take light of any of that feedback that we've received across the board. A lot has happened in the past 24 hours. And while I refute the characterization that the amendments that were before us today were just technical amendments, even if they were, I would still request more time because of the state of our division and the sake of our partnerships and the optics of charging ahead with something that has been so contentious for years, and given the fact that tempers have been so high. We've had precedent for delays on council, whether it was with pay-up, EDI, or putting the social housing measure on the ballot. I still see an opportunity for compromise. My office had hoped to support a discussion that would seek a compromise because we still think there can be one. There was the note that this delay was just a red herring, but to that I say, please do not impugn my motives. I authentically believe in the opportunity to find a compromise here. And there was a lot of talk today about support for union-built affordable housing, and I truly hope to hear that same energy when we talk about supporting our other opportunities for union-built affordable housing, particularly with making sure the social housing developer is stood up for success, because that will deliver on good union jobs as well. And I hope we keep this pro-housing energy up when we talk about the comp plan, a more comprehensive discussion around housing citywide, and allow for more housing in our existing neighborhoods that have cleaner air, green spaces, schools, because working folks deserve to live in those neighborhoods too. I think this process was unnecessarily painful. I imagine a lot of folks in this room may be feeling that pain, and I imagine the saga does not end here with this vote today. This will continue. And while I'm voting no today, I remain committed to compromise, to working people, and to a process that supports transparency and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Strauss.
No, thank you. I'm the Norwegian Swede over here. Councilmember Sock is the Finn. This is not about being a yes or no. This is about how we govern and how we lead by example. This process has created division. And I sit up here hearing, currently there are 2 council members that were here more than a year and a half ago. One other council member who was here before that has shared a perspective about the way things occurred and what happened. And even though I was there, I feel like I was watching a different movie. I wasn't just here, I was there negotiating this. I was managing and stewarding the land use committee at that time. And what I feel right now is that there is a collective amnesia about what was agreed to, what was not agreed to, and from there, what were the next steps, and how would we come together? In 2023, I would say was collectively the best relationship that we had between stakeholders who have traditionally been at each other's throats from across the city regarding industrial lands. This is why there had been no zoning changes, even during MHA, even during other incentive zoning changes. There were no zoning changes made to the industrial zones between 2007 and 2023. And so what is different about this vote, as I've said before, compared to the other votes that we take, this is not one we get to go back to. Once we make this change, Our deep water port is forever threatened. Our port activities, again, Seattle wouldn't be a city. Tacoma would be the city. Port Townsend would be the city if not for our railways and our deep water ports. All other decisions that we have before us, we get to amend. We get to check out to see if it's a pilot, and we get to see if it works. This is one that cannot be undone. And again, say it with me now. This proposal could be built today if the units were hotels. Something that is taken for granted today is the city of Seattle's relationship with another government within our borders, and that's the Port of Seattle. When I came to the council in 2020, I was instructed that the city of Seattle as an entity had a very poor relationship with the Port of Seattle. And I found that to be true. Floodplains is something that we're still working through and has reared its head a couple times. But what we've also found is that through the course of having a process that focuses on consensus and collaboration, that we've repaired those past differences. And this council has benefited from that positive working relationship with the port. The current council has never experienced a poor relationship with the port because hard and intentional work occurred to repair that harm. And that leads me to the question, why wasn't there an appeal to the EIS? It's a good question. Why wasn't there an appeal to the EIS if these issues were at the front of the port's mind at that time? The answer is because we were in a good relationship. The answer was, we are going to continue forward, because the answer at that time was, if the port appealed the EIS, the legislation would not have been in front of the Land Use Committee before recess, which means that it would have either been on a truncated, rushed schedule, or it would have had to be taken up after budget. That's why. It's a really functional reason. It's an answer. It's a very easy answer. The reason that there was not an appeal to the EIS was because we were in a good relationship and an appeal would have delayed the bill to possibly not have been voted on. And to throw away work that started in 2019 that required a facilitator between stakeholders because the opinions and perspectives were so distant. I mean, again, Dan McKisson, love you, man, but you were pissed as heck at me for even allowing 3 hotels. Like, you were coming for my jugular in a polite and professional manner. And so that's why I say that there's a collective amnesia about what happened in 2023. And to the sponsor, your recollection is not one that I remember. I'm not trying to impugn any motives or anything. I'm just saying that I don't remember it that way. And because we were in a good relationship with the port, and because they chose to move the bill forward rather than stall it, they didn't appeal. But after this experience, my only recommendation to anyone outside of the city of Seattle will be to appeal. Because even if I trust you and you trust me, I can't trust that a future council member will weaponize this moment that we have together. What's really interesting for me, I was reading the Seattle Times today, and I saw an advertisement for the port about the Port of Seattle. It's a working waterfront, et cetera. And it really resonated with me. And that's because I know what it looks like behind the fence. For most people, their only interaction with the port or maritime facilities is by driving past a chain link fence, never seeing inside, and never living a day inside. In Ballard, one of my favorite places to point out is Pacific Fishermen's Shipyard. And when I look at it, it's got all the signs of the retired, closed down businesses from across Ballard, but there's none with Hooven names, of course. And I got chewed out one time when I went down there trying to show off those signs, because the importance is not the history of holding back Ballard. What is important about Pacific Fisherman Shipyard is the machine shop, the paint shop, the fact that they collect all their water and distribute none back into the waterway. But you don't know that riding the bus, looking down. All you see are the Zestos signs. And that's what I mean. When I saw that advertisement in the Times today, it gave me a different feeling about looking out at these orange cranes out here, multi-millions of dollars to put those in. How much training does it take to get a skilled operator? How much investment does it take? And we're gonna throw it away? We'll keep the picture of it, though, in the conference room. I say this because behind the fence looks so different. Again, Council President, your reading of the facts about what was and what was not occurring in 2023 does not sync with mine. I'm not here to impugn your motives or say anything of this. I'm just saying that your reading of those facts does not align with my understanding of the facts. And in 2023, and through this process actually, the question you raised in multiple times about why the BINMIC, Ballard Interbay Manufacturing Industrial Center, boundaries were moved. And I couldn't really understand, like, why was this coming up? And because when we checked out the proposal and the request, there was no opposition. Nobody said no. And the reason the boundaries changed was because there was no opposition. And we asked all the stakeholders. If there had been one iota of opposition to changing those boundaries, we wouldn't have done it. And I now have a better understanding of why that change upset you, or may have upset you.
Point of order, please let's stick to the legislation here.
Again, all I can say is that the base legislation that this amendment is changing would not have included a BINMIC boundary change if anyone had said no. This process, so that process, a month before it was introduced, it was discussed at council briefing. We had deadlines set up. We had a clear communication so that all stakeholders had equal footing in that conversation. This process began with a council briefing that was cut short. And on that day, the introduction and referral calendar was submitted 7 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes before, I don't know the number of minutes. It was right near there at the end.
Point of order, I do want to make one moment. You have brought up this this notion that that process was not proper in the introduction and referral calendar. We did get the introduction and referral calendar out on time. However, Councilmember Rink, being new, did not add particular legislation to as IRC ready, and so we retracted it and then republished it.
It's your job to lead as our council president. All I can say is that in that conversation, when council briefing used to be a place where council members would have discussions and ask each other questions about the legislation coming before us, my questions were answered by adjourning the meeting. We then had a one-sided panel that was thankfully balanced with a second panel, and it's not about sides. It's about those two panels being together and working out the issues. The way we got to this in 2023 was literally hiring a facilitator. But here in this process, we never brought those two sides together. And the reason that this very proposal that is before us today was not included in the 2023 citywide upzone because there was not a compromise reached. And part of the compromise was allowing hotels in the stadium transition area. So again, say it with me. This proposal could be built today, 1,000 units. The flow of this process for this bill was so stunted that we had 9 amendments today. That means that it wasn't ready to leave committee if there were still concerns and still information coming out. The package of amendments today clearly demonstrates that council members have good intent and that they know that housing in this area is a bad idea, but feel compelled to vote on this proposal or for this proposal. Today, for even me, new information has come to light, which further leads me to believe there were commitments or things shared in private. One of the first panels that we had today on this process was a who said what 2 years ago. With this new information that comes to light, it begs the question, is there something else at hand? Because again, this proposal could be built today if the housing units were hotel units. Why, for me, I just have to ask, why else would this process have been constructed in the way it has? It was introduced at a time when we didn't have a land use chair. It was introduced to a committee that is not land use. I mean, watching the Seattle channel, a bill related to zoning and land use in the governance committee. This is out of step with past practice. It should have either, if this was a transparent and thoughtful process, we would have either sent it to the comp plan committee, because if the mayor, on the record, if the mayor's office had decided to propose a change this year, it would have been in the comp plan. But they made
Strauss,
a clear
point of order. We have reached, there are.
Would you like to cut me off?
We have other hands raised. I'm just asking for some respect for other people. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, because there's been a number of times that you've cut me off on the dais. All I'm saying is if this was going to be a transparent, thoughtful process, we would have either waited for a new land use chair to come, it would have been sent to the comp plan committee, or it wouldn't have been rushed. We still have loose ends from the 2023 proposal about the transportation resolution and study, but also from the 2020, when was levy passed this year? 2024 levy that has the transportation money in there to connect the port to the interstates. This is not a decision that we can undo. And this proposal could be built today if these were hotels and not housing, not apartments. I'll end with what I started with at the beginning on that first committee. This proposal has merit. And there's a process that we have to go through together to find the solution. This process has not been that. I'll be voting no today. Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to correct my earlier statement. It was early January, and it felt like longer than that, but it is mid-March. Nevertheless, it's still been some time. I want to say that this proposal is for, or legislation for workforce housing in a limited area that had an EIS, which included housing and did not show adverse effects to the area, to traffic in the area, which I know was a major source of concern to the port's activities. If the EIS had shown differently, I would not be supporting this legislation, as I do support the port as well. The number of units we're talking about were those that were contained in the EIS. For that workforce housing. And of course, we've talked about the maker space and activating the space in positive ways in this very limited area, which we know is one of the best ways to address public safety, which is also an issue in the area. Please know my decision is based on diligent review, based on this limited proposal, which was part of the preferred alternative based on stakeholders coming together with the city at the time. I really did not want to take a vote without letting it be said that I did do my due diligence in reviewing. I support all our union members. I'm not trying to take sides here. This is very limited area, and there was that EIS and that preferred alternative put in place. So I really want to say that. I don't want to attribute ill will to any of my colleagues. I don't think that that serves this body well, and I don't think that this is what this is about. And I've always said and you've heard me say this before, we can agree to disagree. And I also really wanted to say where I was coming from with this, and give my guarantees always that I do my due diligence when I committed to do this job. That is what I committed to do. I took an oath when I took this job, as we all did, and I take that seriously. And so please know that this was, like I said, I was very thoughtful in my approach. I know this was a difficult decision, and not everyone is going to be pleased about it. And I also appreciate that my colleagues did some amendments to get us to a place where I think there was some further compromise to be had, and I very much appreciate that. So please know that, and thank you.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for coming today and being here. And I know we've been here for a long time, so I will not speak for 10 minutes. I will do 2 minutes. Someone can time me, and I'm looking at the clock. I know one of the frustrating points that I've had was like trying to cut through the talking points that both sides had and just like getting straight to the facts, to be honest. That was really difficult, just to understand both points. And I know this has been on the table for a long time. And so to have 3 months to get caught up and understand everything, understand both sides, understand just all the layers that happen, it was tough. And so that, I know that obviously this is a tough boat in whatever way this goes. And look, I have someone in the audience today who I'm the godparent to his 2 kids, and he is a longshoreman. And he's raised his family on that salary, and his family, and raised my godkids to be the phenomenal men that they are today. So I know how important this is, but I also want to say, whichever the way the vote goes, that my commitment as the chair of the select committee for the comprehensive plan, that we're going to be looking obviously into ways and working with the port to mitigate potentially the impact on, and just make sure that we're protecting our industrial lands, because I think it's incredibly important to our city. I get it. I know that we are a deep water port and how important that is. And I said that obviously in the committee that I was sitting in for this original, when it was introduced in the economic development and governance, how we are a through port. 70% of the products that come here go through us to get to other networks across the country. 30% stays. And you look at the top 7 ports, we're the number 7, but you look at the other ports, a lot of them are the 2 ports, LA, Long Beach. They can support Houston. They can support a lot of the products that come there. And so understanding the importance of our ports. But like I said, no matter whichever way this goes, as the chair of the comprehensive plan committee, that I will be dedicated to make sure that we continue to protect our lands. And you have that commitment from me on the record as well, and also in front of the gentleman here who I'm the godparent to his 2 kids as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. And I too want to thank every person for being here today. Everyone in the room currently, dwindling numbers as expected, with 5 hours into this thing now. But it was earlier when we started, it was standing room only. But I do, again, want to express my appreciation and gratitude for everyone for carving out time to be here today. It's important. Your feedback and perspective is really important. Ultimately, this proposal is about people. And people in the room, many people in the room here, I happen to know personally. I know you because our kids play on the same soccer teams. They play on the same softball teams. Hell, some of you even have coached my kids in various sports. Our kids go to the same schools in some cases. I'm not particularly religious anymore. I don't practice my Am I born into religion, or any religion for that matter? But if I had, I suspect that many of us would be worshiping together in our community. I know many of you well because we're part of the same community. And many of you happen to be my own constituents. So I have a high duty to you. And this is the area at issue here today is my own council district, District 1. It's an area that I know very well. Had basketball skills clinics. There's a gym, basketball gym in the building. Had basketball skills clinics for my own kiddos. Actually used to work directly across the street on the other side of First Avenue from this space. And for about a year, and whenever I went into the office, I looked across and seen the same exact property at issue. Like many of you and other members of the public, I regularly attend various games and events at the nearby stadiums. Heck, I'm going next month. Monster trucks are in town. Kids are gonna go see El Toro Loco and Gravedigger. It's another event, I'll be there. We can quibble about, 5 million people a year. Who knows how many people actually are in the area? We do know a lot, at least 1 million. So I'm very, very familiar with the area. This is my district. Very, very familiar with the stakeholders, because many of them are my direct constituents. That's why I've taken great pains to try my best to do the work of understanding the issues, understanding the underlying concerns, seeking to address those concerns to the full extent possible as part of my amendments. And therefore, I think we ultimately created a thoughtful, balanced package as the amended bill presents. But a lot of work went into that, dozens and dozens of meetings and calls and hundreds of emails. And that was from community. And I appreciate all of it. That said, I also acknowledge that there have been some very passionate opinions and divergent views on all sides, especially and including by my own District 1 constituents, the port and longshore workers, maritime industrial trade workers, many of whom live in District 1, particularly in West Seattle, also the Duwamish Valley as well, but especially West Seattle, and residents and business owners in and around the stadiums, including District 1 and Pioneer Square and Soto and others. I am accountable for producing results across the city as an elected official in policy areas spanning from public safety, public infrastructure, affordable housing, you name it, anything within the city's wheelhouse, I am accountable for. And accountability is something that I don't run away from, I run towards. That's how I lead. That said, I pay closest attention to my constituents in District 1, who I am directly accountable for, and to. And I've listened, read resources from, met with, taken tours of the impacted area alongside constituents on all sides of the issue, striving hard to leave no stone unturned, as best as I could at least. And I'm grateful for the intense and passionate care and concerns for this important area of our city. And as the often stated adage goes, Councilmember Rivera alluded to it a moment ago, reasonable minds disagree. We can disagree. But that rational thought and sound judgment, using various interpretations, people can arrive at differing conclusions on the same exact issue and it can engender certain feelings about something. And again, I'm not here to tell anybody how they should be feeling about any policy proposal. We had too much of that lately. So Again, my amendments were intended to reflect the strong values of support for the port, the maritime industrial sector, freight and cargo mobility operations more broadly. They are so crucial to our economy and for the well-being of residents and small businesses alike. So from a policy perspective, I appreciate that there are many risks in every decision and that there are mitigations that we can impose now and should impose now and continue to review, reassess, reevaluate as circumstances change. It's always going to be the case. I also rely on making data-driven decisions while weighing the potential risks against the potential benefits. And while no one has that magical crystal ball, can channel the future, we work from the known data and known evidence that we have available at any given time and any given moment. And today, I will be supporting this legislation. And for me, my support is ultimately about three things. It's about building affordable housing, revitalizing an underutilized area to help spark further economic activity in the area. And I think it does a good job of preserving vital port operations and jobs. The amended version. We have an affordable housing crisis in our city. It's no secret. One of my highest priorities is to address this crisis head on by supporting policies and projects to quickly build more affordable housing. Councilmember Rink, challenge accepted. I would argue it starts now. This proposal would create workforce housing in small commercial spaces and generate good-paying union jobs. And I believe all without any material adverse impact on vital port operations. Not no impact, but without material adverse impact. A unique opportunity has presented itself here, one that would enable up to 990 units, of which 50% must be between 60 and 90 AMI, all without any city dollars. A single dime of city investment would be required to bring this to life. And I want to thank Councilmember Moore for ensuring as much with her thoughtful amendment. This is a very defined, narrow area for housing. And as I noted, I intend to make sure that no further housing can be developed via additional amendments during our comp plan process. I also note that there are small micro entrepreneurs and makers today who would be able to afford these new units, of which about 70% are women and people from Black and brown and Asian communities. This strikes me as a good proposal to help center those communities and bring vital workforce housing. You know, I'm a fan of what other cities are doing, and certain things in policy discussions we have here in Seattle might be a matter of first impression for our city, but they are not, almost never, a matter of first impression in terms of a policy proposal that's been proposed somewhere throughout the country and somewhere throughout the world. So you probably know I focus heavily and try to understand best practices in other jurisdictions, what's happened, and other cities we know, such as Birmingham, Portland, Denver. There's a Makers Housing right next to an industrial and lofts in industrial zones. I was just in San Francisco a few weeks ago, near the stadiums and industrial areas. I saw what appears to be housing. So affordable housing is my top concern and reason for supporting this bill, particularly given It would authorize the construction of critically needed workforce housing in parallel. And again, I think we were able to add some solid safeguards to draw a firm line in the sand, to make crystal clear this is it, and to make it more difficult to do on a going forward basis, and to provide needed clarity and certainty to all communities. All there's talk of the traffic routes, and all this stuff is confusing, and I understand it. I was confused too at first. The street designations can make your head spin. Freight corridors, heavy haul networks, heavy haul routes, major truck streets, just to name a few. So it's totally understandable, in my view, why there are widely divergent concerns on potential impacts on First Avenue South. I share any concerns that could further hamper cargo mobility to the port and anything that could reduce jobs. I don't think this rises to that level. The evidence that I've seen doesn't give me that concern, personally. Again, who knows what can happen in the future, and who could predict what might happen on a going forward basis. But I think it's incumbent on all of us to vigilantly monitor as developments arise. I know I will be closely, because this is my district. Finally, I just note that, and we learned from a couple of my council member colleagues, Councilmember Strauss, Councilmember Kettle, others, about the unique history here. Not just from a couple years ago, when this was most recently addressed, but also from about 10 years ago, 2015 or 2016, if I recall correctly. As was noted, back then, it was a totally different proposal, totally different plan. The scope was way different, but the underlying property, this is the same exact property that was at issue in 2016 when council voted in a divided vote, 5-4 against, on a proposal that would have allowed the construction of a new arena to potentially bring back the Sonics. And I remember actually no one up here was serving on the council at the time, but I remember at the time just being a member of the public, paying attention to what's going on, civically engaged. I remember at the time thinking, that seems like a fair, rational thing to do. It's very speculative to say what you would have done or how you would have approached something in hindsight. But at the time, thinking, I probably would support that. And if I would support that, if it meant bringing back the Sonics back, I'm going to support this limited construction for housing in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. Again, if I thought there was any compelling evidence showing that authorizing construction of this project in an underutilized part of SoDo would be detrimental in any material respect to port operations, activity, or jobs, I would absolutely not support this. Are there risks of impacts that are not yet foreseen? Certainly possible. Absolutely. That's why I would like to continue to partner with the port, labor organizations, irrespective of which side of the issue you land on, and our neighbors in District 1 on how to enhance support to increase efficiencies and growth of maritime, freight, and the cargo industries. This is not the end. This is the beginning of an important conversation that we'll continue to have. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Solomon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to keep this very brief. There's a lot of things that have been said on the dais here to the folks out there regarding their thought process, their priorities, and I share a lot of those. I'm not going to take too long. I do want to make a couple of acknowledgments. I want to acknowledge the port. I want to thank you for the tour that we had on Friday. Thank you for taking me out to Terminal 5 and showing me the incredible operation out there. I had no idea just what kind of throughput you all have. And, you know, as has been said, if I thought in any way that any project, I don't care what project, if any project would be threatening to freight mobility or port operations or maritime economy, I wouldn't be for it, period, okay? Because I realize it is far too important. I also recognize that I have friends in the room who really want a maker's district. They really want this project, you know, in Soto. And as I've said before, it seems that, you know, this has been pitting, you know, council against port, you know, longshoremen against, you know, builders, council members against council members. And regardless of how this shakes out, I don't see this as the end of the process. I see it as a continuation of the process, a continuation of the collaboration, because I do believe there is a win-win for everybody involved. I do believe that it's not either or, it can be both and, right? So I do believe it's possible. And regardless of how this shakes out, in the words of the Beatles, come together. We can come together to figure this out. We can come together to make it work, right? So let's do that, you know. Let's come together. Thank you.
Council member, no. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you very much, Council President, and I'll be brief in my remarks. I too want to thank everybody who came here today and all the people who left. I want to thank the port for all your outreach and for the tour and really filling me in. I want to thank the proponents, Liuna 242, and the makers and the builders, the carpenters, all the people who've also offered their perspective and an opportunity to tour the district. I think it's clear that I don't pretend to like this legislation. I don't pretend to like the way this whole process has played out. And it, you know, we can be better, we can do better, and we are a work in progress. And I don't want to downplay the legitimate concerns that I heard from the port. I know that I am stepping into this. This is a long history, and I feel like I'm stepping into the conflict in Northern Ireland or, you know, Serbia. I mean, you know, brother against brother, sister against sister, and it's really an uncomfortable place to be. And I think the amendments that I brought made it clear that I share some of those concerns and attempted to address them within the confines of the legislation that I could. And I want to say tremendous thank you to my to my colleague, Councilmember Saka, for all the amendments that you brought, particularly your whereas clauses. And I very much align with you in making sure that we don't continue to make promises that we break, or that we don't necessarily hold to in a way that people understood us to have made them, and that we continue to maintain industrial land. It is incredibly important. But I also have to look at, you know, what are the opportunities that are provided here? And what I'm seeing is an opportunity to provide a tremendous amount of living wage jobs, union jobs. I'm also seeing an opportunity to provide jobs for small makers and small businesses. I have a small business in my district, Refugee Women's Initiative. They work with women from Afghanistan. They work with women from Syria. They work with women from other war-torn nations who come here not being able to speak a word of English, having never been able to work outside their home. And now they are given, and what they usually come here with is being able to sew. And they are able to put that skill to use and provide these women with jobs, independence, and futures. And that work is threatened, really, by our current Trump administration. And yet we have the opportunity here to provide for them to have a Makers District, to continue to expand, to provide these incredible opportunities for these women. And that's just one example. And so these are the tensions and the polls that we have before us. And it really isn't trying to choose one or the other, but trying to see how can we find middle ground. And I know it doesn't feel like there can be middle ground, but it's my job to try to find it. And so at the end of the day, what this voting in favor of this legislation is voting in favor of more union jobs, creating more living wage jobs for union members, for small makers, for people of color, for women, while at the same time attempting to maintain the jobs at the port. And attempting to not encroach further on that important capacity that is so critical to this city, to our county, and to our state. So for those reasons, I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you. Just want to respond to a couple things that, through you, Council President, to our colleagues that both Councilmember Sock and Councilmember Moore shared. To both of you, your heart is in it, and it's in the right place. I think that if you had been here a couple years ago, like as we were, through you, Council President, to Councilmember Sock, as we were joking walking into the hall after the recess of, I literally thought you stole my speech from 2 years ago, right? You didn't, those were your own words. But for me, those words ring hollow if we're back here without a process that engages everyone. And so that further encroachment, I already made that pledge. I said we were going to have these 3 hotels, and that's it. And for us to come back and say, oh, but a little bit more, but don't worry, it's not going to happen again, feels hollow to me. What's next? As like it was water less than 100 years ago. There is small manufacturing space that the port owns there that they have wanted to develop into the Uplands Makers area. I want that land to build the Magnolia Bridge. You heard it from me straight here, Port. I'm not mincing words. But I share that because we've already been through this dance that both of you just explained. This proposal before Councilmember, through you, Council President, to Councilmember Saka, is
Robert's Rules doesn't have a pass-through option, just noting.
Blight.
So please kindly refrain from addressing colleagues. You're welcome to make your point, and we'll all hear.
Yes, members will kindly address all remarks to the chair. So through you to my colleagues. Your recollection of 2016, I hear that. This vote today won't bring back the Sonics. The jobs that were created to build the stadium were never lost. In fact, rebuilding Climate Pledge Arena is what led the construction and building trades out of the pandemic restrictions faster than in other places because folks like Monty and Billy got down to work and made sure that that site could open faster with good and safe procedures that were then used statewide. And because of their work, we have an NBA locker room today. This won't change. This bill before us doesn't change any of that. So just wanted to put that on the record because I see where I believe both of you are coming from, and it's the same position that I was in, and I think that we're really close together. It's just we have slightly different perspective. So thank you for your engagement. That's all, Council President.
Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I put this forward because I thought that it was the right thing to do for low-income people, small businesses, and families, and also the city's vibrancy, the people that are being left out by our skyrocketing unaffordability in this city. So this is a proposal that we have on the table to address some of those issues and continue to work together on some of the bigger issues that all face us. I believe what's really on the table is our threats that will come from things like trade policy, let me start again. I thank everybody for what you have said. You have all made my points already. I want to thank the partners in the room. Thank you very much for your attention. And I appreciate everybody's attention in staying here for so long. I believe that our hearts are in the right place. We filter information differently, and we come to different conclusions. And so, unless there are any other comments or questions, I would like to call for a vote. I am seeing none. Will the clerk please call the roll on Council Bill 120933?
Councilmember Strauss,
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
No.
Councilmember Moore,
Aye.
Councilmember Rink,
No.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Solomon,
Aye.
and Council President Nelson.
Aye.
6 in favor, 3 opposed.
The motion carries. Thank you very much. I will sign the legislation. Thank you, everybody.
Adjourn. Time.
If there is no further business to come before the council, this meeting is adjourned. It is 7:12.